Good morning. Welcome to Gainesville Raceway as we are getting ready for race number 13 on the schedule. Right now, cars are getting ready to go out on the track for their time runs, but I think we may be getting a little sprinkle out there. Looks like they just shut them down. So let's just bear with them and see what happens in a few moments. We did have a little bit of sprinkles earlier this morning before getting started. So just bear with us for a few. If you're just coming on, look like we've got a couple little sprinkles out there hitting the track. So just bear with us and we'll get into our time runs for race number 13 on the schedule of the Scorpion ET Series right here at Gainesville Raceway. We want to thank you for joining us. And we're hoping that we're able to get this race in today. Looks like we will be impacted with some weather from time to time. So I'm going to put us on a brief weather delay. All right, that's good news. The drizzling stopped, and we're going to get right back underway.
He's running over here in the Budweiser lane. .022 reaction time there for Jimmy, 038 for Colin. Colin goes through with a 565 at 121 miles an hour. Jimmy 6011 at 111 miles an hour. All right, we got the Nova coming up over here. F286 is the number on that car. We have that information on him a little bit later on. Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane. 69 Chevy Camaro. He will got a Keystone Heights. .059 reaction time on the Nova, 69 for Travis. Travis goes 589, 114 to a 709 at 101 on the Nova. 059 reaction time on the Nova, 69 for Travis. Travis goes 589, 114 to a 709 at 101 on the Nova. 059 reaction time on the Nova, 69 for Travis. Travis goes 589, 114 to a 709 at 101 on the Nova. 059 reaction time on the Nova, 69 for Travis. Travis goes 589, 114 to a 709 at 101 on the Nova. 059 reaction time on the Nova, 69 for Travis. Travis goes 589, 114 to a 709 at 101 on the Nova. 059 reaction time on the Nova, 69 for Travis. Travis goes 589, 114 to a 709 at 101 on the Nova. 059 reaction time on the Nova, 69 for Travis. Travis goes 589, 114 to a 709 at 101 on the Nova. 059 reaction time on the Nova, 69 for Travis. Travis goes 589, 114 to a 709 at 101 on the Nova. Mel Reisky coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. His 2000 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Lecanto. Going up against Vance Howdeshell. He's on the electric Harley over here in the Budweiser lane. 035 reaction time for Mel, 151 for Vance. Mel gets there first, 636 at 108 miles an hour, 747 at 93 there for Vance. Jimmy Hall coming up next. He's out of Hilliard, Florida. He's in the Chevy Camaro over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, running up against Roland Corky Alford. Glenn St. Mary, the 89 S10 pickup. Coming over here in the Budweiser lane. No 20 reaction time for Roland, 150's reaction time for Jimmy Hall. And Roland goes through with a 732 at 91 miles an hour, 728 at 93 there for Jimmy. Brings up Kevin Roberts next. He's out of Hawthorne, Florida, the 69 Camaro, going up against Clint Wilson in his 68 Nova out of Providence, Florida. Okay, Wilson goes 002 red, 006 on the right side of the tree for Kevin Roberts. He goes through with a 745 at 92 miles an hour, 704 at 97 for Clint Wilson. Bob Hoxton coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Mike Young. And that heavy powered Plymouth Barracuda over there in the Budweiser lane. Young's 017 to a 122 for Bob, 634, 107 for Young, 698 to 96 miles an hour for Hoxton. Mike Zerl coming up next. He's in the Malibu station wagon over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Steve Welsh. He's out of Ocala, Florida, driving a 75 Duster. All right, Welsh is 089, Zerl 179. Zerl gets to the stripe first, 669, 101 miles an hour to a 680 at 98 miles an hour for Steve Welsh. Chris Duffett coming up next out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, driving the Chevy Camaro. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. This looks like about a 1970-71 Camaro. He'll go up against D. Lichty in his 69 Camaro out of St. John's, Florida. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, 011 reaction time for D, a 139 for Chris. D gets there first, 665, 101 miles an hour to a 688 at 696 miles an hour for Duffett. James Evans coming up next. He's out of Jacksonville, Florida, running the Ford Mustang over here in the Budweiser lane, the Lucas Oil lane, excuse me. And he'll run up against the Purple People Leader. This is Lee Hauser over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida, in 71. Dodge Dart.
We'll be on a little brief hold right here. Looks like something may have fell off one of the cars that just went down in the right-hand lane. While they take care of that, we're going to take a commercial break.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
right. They're going to back them out, so looks like we're going to be down for a little while. Yeah, so we got a little bit of wet stuff that's moved back in, so we're going to go into weather delay, unfortunately. Just bear with us. Maybe check back with us in about 5-10 minutes and see if we're back going.
go. Gonna get back underway. James Evans. He's over there on the Lucas Oil side of the Mustang. Cornelius Lee Hauser. Out of Montevita. The 71 Grand Start. He'll be running up here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, red line start there for Evans. 094 for Hauser. Evans gets 701 at 96 miles an hour. 724 at 91 for Hauser. Mike Noble's coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving the 70. This is an 84 Dodge Charger. He'll be going up against the Turnbird. This is Brandon Williams. He's out of Bradenton, Florida, in the Pontiac Firebird. Two reaction time for Brandon. 004 from Nobles. Nobles gets there first, 663, 100 miles an hour to a 735 at 92 miles an hour. Brandon Williams. All right, that's going to bring up the altered over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, car number 2765. And they'll be running up against Rick Smith over here in the Budweiser lane in his Pontiac Firebird. Alright, so it looks like we got something leaking out of the altered over here, so they're going to back him off. Chance to go around and see if he can fix that so we don't have to mess down the track. And Rick Smith goes through with an 841 at 81 miles an hour. All right, now to bring up your next pair is we get another Dodge Challenger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. This car number D200, and they'll run up against Dan Salyers over there in the Budweiser lane. 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Redding, Florida. Okay, 001 reaction time. We're red light start for Salyers, 165 for the Dodge. Salyers gets there first. He goes 768 at 89 miles an hour to an 813 at 86 on the Challenger. Paul Allen coming up next. He's out of Middleburg, Florida, driving the 72 Maverick. Going up against David Zinke over here in the Budweiser lane in the Plymouth Duster. Okay, 028 reaction time for Paul Allen, 029. David Zinke. Paul goes through with a 706 at 98 miles an hour to a 708 at 94. Jason Rollins coming up over here on Lucas Oil side. Maybe Alvin Rollins at the wheel of that car today. And we're up against Gas Cap, Jeremy Davis over here at the Budweiser lane. And red light start there for Gas Cap, 26 reaction time for the Pontiac. Davis goes through the 6 flat, 122 miles an hour, 741 at 90 miles an hour. And we have John Dwayne next. He's out of Jacksonville, Florida, driving the 2000 Chevy Camaro. Going up against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. Got the Pontiac Firebird out of High Springs. Yeah, red light start there for John Dwayne. He's going to give Tom Courtney. Well, doesn't give anything at this point. John Dwayne goes through to 602, 113 miles an hour, 662 at 105 for Tom Courtney. All right, Kyle Cox coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving the Pontiac Firebird. And Richard Lindsay will be over there in Budweiser lane in his Ford Mustang. Okay, 168 the reaction time for Lindsay, 335 for Cox. Lindsay's going to give the strike first, 651 at 104 to an 863 and 78 miles an hour for Cox. Jordan Manuel coming up next. He's out of High Springs, Florida, in his 68 Nova. Going up against Mike French out of Ocala in the 65 Chevelle wagon. All right, George has a 018 reaction time to an 047 for French. French gets there first, though, 636 at 106 to a 762 at 90 miles an hour for George Emanuel. Tommy Borgia coming up next out of Dunellen, Florida, driving the Ford Mustang. And Chris French will be over here in the Budweiser lane, his 68 Chevelle out of Ocala. Okay, 093's reaction time for Tommy, 131 the reaction time for Chris. Chris gets there first, 630 at 108 miles an hour, 767 at 87 for Tommy Borgia. Bart Pangillian coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's driving the Chevy Camaro, going up against Keith Collins over there in the Budweiser lane. He's having Keystone Heights in the S10 pickup. Red light start for Bart, 056 reaction time for Collins. Bart goes through the 671 and 100 miles an hour to a 688 and 98 miles an hour for Collins. Chad King coming up next. He's out of Gainesville in the S10 pickup truck. He'll run up against James Turner over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Keystone Heights driving the 85 Mercury Capri. Red light start for Chad King. Turner with a 212 reaction time. Turner got to the strike first, 741 at 92 miles an hour to a 767 at 89 for Chad King. Okay, here we go. It looks like we got our altered list. I think that looks like it might be a hot body. Or a Bantam roast or something along those lines. Anywho, he'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. So he's got a blown small block Chevrolet on board. Alright, so he goes through the 630 and 115 miles an hour. Alright, Bill Green coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Ocala. His 68 coming out. He'll right up against Robert Simpson over there in the Budweiser lane. Simpson's out of Jacksonville and his Nova. Okay, red light start there by Bill Green. 020's reaction time there for Robert Simpson. Green goes 605 at 111 miles an hour to a 775 at 88 miles an hour. Robert Simpson. Okay, you got a Chevy Camaro coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. This is car number K226. And then we're running up against the car over here in Budweiser lane. Number 2181, don't have any information available on that driver just yet. Alright, Camaro gets there first, 572, 122 miles an hour to a 630 at 107. Alright, got a Chevy Colorado coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, car number 730. And going up against Jim Adkins over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Holly Hill, Florida with his Chevy Nova. Alright, 047 reaction time for Atkins, 393. Then reaction time for the Chevy Colorado. Atkins went through the 624, 109 to an 887 and 83. Okay, that'll bring up the Ford Maverick over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. This is Joe Hutto's car, but it's being driven by Kevin Brandon this weekend. And Darren Stutz will be running over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Stutz goes through with a 604, 114 miles an hour as the Brandon goes through with a 757 at 86. Mike Zerl coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's out of Rockledge, Florida, in the 81 Malibu wagon. Right up against Fallon Roach over there in the Budweiser lane. She's out of St. Augustine, Florida. Zerl's got an 038 reaction time, goes 671 at 101 miles an hour as Fallon goes through with an 863 at 76 miles an hour. We got car number J275 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Jeff Gatlin will be over here in the Budweiser lane in the Ford Mustang. Alright, so it looks like Gatlin's broke, possibly. And it looks like the other car left before the tree was activated, so he's not going to get a time.
And that's not your everyday Tesla either. That thing's got a big block in it with 2 turbos.
All right, 021 reaction time there for Gatlin. And he is 6'11" at 110 miles an hour. Brand Rob Reynolds next. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. He'll run up here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against his son, Aaron Reynolds, will be over there in the Budweiser lane in the S10 pickup. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Super Pro. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Okay, so Aaron goes through with a 620 at 109 miles an hour. All right, 55 reaction time there for Rob. Goes 627 at 106 miles an hour. All right, Robert Treadwell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Camaro, going up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. Hires is out of Hawthorne, Florida. All right, 003 red line start there for Treadwell. A 110 reaction time for Hires. Treadwell goes through with a 688 at 107 to a 723 at 96 there for Kenny Hires. Dawson Bass coming up next in the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. And Alan Dillman will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Rayford, Florida, in the Chevy Camaro. .020 reaction time for Bass, 056 for Dillman. Dillman goes through the 658 at 102 miles an hour, 730 at 93 for Dawson Bass. Mike Mockney coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Mustang out of Venice, Florida. And Robbie Hodgson will be over here in the Budweiser lane, the C10 pickup out of Jacksonville. Double 04 reaction time for Mockney, 100 reaction time for Hodgson. Hodgson gets to the stripe first, 624 at 110 miles an hour, 640 at 108 for Mike Mockney. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. All right, Mike Gaffney over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against, I believe it's Marcus Cruz in the Dodge Dart. Gaffney goes 690 at 98 miles an hour, 843 at 80 miles an hour for Marcus. Scott DeLeon coming up next. He's out of Bellevue, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Amber Matz is at the wheel of the S10 pickup truck over here in the Budweiser lane. .030 reaction time for DeLeon, 059 for Amber. Amber gets to the stripe first, 679 at 98 miles an hour to a 703 at 95 for Scott DeLeon.
And just told about Amber real quick. She just got finished completing sixth summer.
You got the Chevy Camaro coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. So we call her L259. Going against the Mustang over here in the Budweiser lane. It's car number 2076. .029 reaction time on the Mustang, 052 on the Camaro. The Mustang goes 6 flat, 113 to a 598 at 114 on the Camaro. Looks like that's going to tidy up around our first time session and only time session in the Pro Eliminator category. As we're now getting ready to switch over here to the Super Pro motorcycles. I do need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro digital lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. All right, so here we go with our Super Pro Motorcycles, we're going to get things kicked off with Dwayne Leachman. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. And he'll run up against Richard Holder. He's over there in the Budweiser lane out of Jacksonville. .015 reaction time for Holder, .054 for Leachman. Holder gets there first, 570 at 120 miles an hour to a 571 at 119 for Leachman. Vance Howdeshell coming up next. He's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in that electric Harley Davidson. And he'll run up against Anthony Baera out of Palm Coast, Florida. He'll run up there in Budweiser lane. All right, red light start for Vance. 066 reaction time for Anthony. Anthony goes 557 at 125 miles an hour. 747 at 94 for Vance. Colin Nash coming up next. He's out of Orlando. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And go up against Larry Berger over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Jacksonville. .014 reaction time for Berger, .084 for Colin Nash. Nash gets there first, 559, 122 to a 709 and 101 for Larry Berger. And we got Roy Hagedorn coming up next. He's out of Venice, Florida. .006 reaction time there for Roy Hagedorn. He goes through with a 566 at 120 miles an hour. Okay, that'll bring up your next pair as we got bike number 210 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And we got gas cap Jeremy Davis coming up over here on the Budweiser side. Yeah, red light started there for Jeremy Davis. 018 reaction time there in the Lucas Oil lane. Lucas Oil lane got to the stripe first, 545 at 135 miles an hour, 577 at 123 for Jeremy Davis. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side in the Budweiser lane. All right, 004 red line start there for Schmidt. He goes 590, 118 miles an hour. Sandy Rodriguez Jr. coming up next over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Bellevue, Florida. And he's 020 on the Christmas tree. And he goes through at 119 miles an hour. All right, so it looks like we got Bob George coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Mustang. He'll run up against Roland Alford over there in the Budweiser lane. And his S10 pickup truck out of Glen St. Mary. And red line start there for Bob. 037 is the reaction time for Corky. Bob goes through with a 6:06 at 112 miles an hour, 7:36 at 91 miles an hour there for Alford. Haley Wright coming up next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's out of Jacksonville. We're up against David Hicks from St. Augustine over here in the Budweiser lane.
All right, just want to mention we're going to go side by side. If you're at your house, hey, go to On the Spot Motorsports Media on your YouTube, and you can watch it on your smart TV and get a better picture when we go side by side, as I have to get things ready to make my time runs in Sportsman. We want to thank you for joining us here at Gainesville Raceway for Scorpion ET Bracket Series, race number 13 on the schedule. As soon as I get done, we'll go right back to this format until I have to get back out there again. Thank you, Randy. Yes, please hit the like button for us. We'll try to do a couple more pairs like this, and then I'll go side by side.
All right, it's going to bring up Big John Rollins over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the Chevy Nova out of High Springs, Florida. He'll run up against David Harris out of McClenny, Florida. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. Double 03 reaction time for Rollins and 058 for Harris. Harris goes 481 at 143 to a 604 at 113.
All right, here we go. We're going side by side.
All right, Mike Fiddler coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Summerfield, Florida in the 75 Plymouth Scamp. And he'll run up against Brian Jones out of Orange Park. He's over there in the Budweiser lane. 031 reaction time for Jones, 038 for Fiddler. Jones goes through with a 466 at 147 to a 658 at 104 for Fiddler. Zach Collins coming up next. He's out of Citrus Springs, Florida. 77 Vega going up against Keith Collins Jr. out of Keystone Heights in his S10 pickup truck. Double 06 reaction time for Zach Collins. 024 for Keith Collins. Zach goes through with a 616, 112 miles an hour to a 554 at 125 for Keith Collins. Mark Watson coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Pontiac Firebird Trans Am. So that's Shelburne Bluff, Georgia, going up against Alan Roush out of Jacksonville in his 2000 S10. Okay, 018 red light start there for Watson. A 028 reaction time for Alan Roush. Roush goes 621 at 109 as Watson goes 609 at 112. Nick Brown coming up next, the Chevy Camaro. And he'll run up against Chris Duffett over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. Okay, red light start there for Nick Brown. 033 reaction time for Chris Duffett. Brown goes through the 619 at 110 miles an hour to a 683 at 98. Sherry Powell coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his 70 Camaro out of Green Cove Springs. And he went up against James Hicks Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Elkton, Florida. Double out of 9 reaction time there for Sherby, 0:35 for Hicks. And Shorty Powell goes through the 668 at 102 miles an hour, 512 at 133 miles an hour for James Hicks. Dave Demarest coming up next. He's out of Fort McCoy, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Robbie Little is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Yulee, Florida. All right, attention in the pits, Junior Street, need you to lane 8. Pro Motorcycles, need you back to lane 7. Super Pro, Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Jackie Bennett coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Palatka. And he went up against Mike Young over here in the Budweiser lane. Young's out of Beverly Hills, Florida. Keep your eyes on that dragster over here on the Lucas Oil lane. This thing is fast. Is the reaction time there for Jackie Bennett. Goes through at a 382 at 186 miles an hour. His 60-foot time was .932. Mike Young goes 639 at 107. All right, John DeWayne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Jacksonville, going to run against Buddy Goolsby. He's from Gainesville. He'll be right over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Goolsby, he's going to go through with a 668 at 101 miles an hour, 601 at 113 there for John DeWayne. Randy Banger Jr. coming up next. He's out of Palmetto, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against Brandon Williams out of Bradenton, Florida, in the Pontiac Firebird. Coming up next, he's out of Fort White, Florida, in his 77 Corvette. And he'll be going up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Elkton, Florida. Red line started there by Lou. 006 reaction time for Hicks. Hicks goes through the 453 at 152. Lou's 571 at 119. Mike Bonacci coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Ocala. And he'll run up against Ari Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Jacksonville. No 51 reaction time for Kelly. Bonacci's double up with an 084. Kelly goes through the 460 at 150 miles an hour, 517 and 119 for Bonacci. That brings up Paul Allen next. He's out of Middleburg, Florida, at least Ford Maverick. Going up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Alachua. Red line start there for Paul Allen. He's over 11 red. 024's reaction time for Vasquez. He goes through the 476 at 144 miles an hour, 708 at 97 for Paul Allen. Mark Daniels coming up next. He's out of Jacksonville. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Trent Horton will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Callahan, Florida. Red line start there for Trent Horton. He's going to give, he goes through the 486 at 141. Mark Daniels goes 501 at 137. He was at 31 on the tree. Will Highhouse coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Middleburg. Kurt Carlson from St. Augustine will be over here in the Budweiser lane. Perfect reaction time there for Will Highhouse. He goes 477 at 143. And Carlson having problems with his car. He goes 812 at 64. John Connick coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. In the Chevy Monza. Brett McDaniel is over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, red light start there on the Budweiser lane from McDaniel. He goes 493 at 142, 721 at 94 miles an hour for Connie. All right, Ivy Hutto coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Driving the Chevy Nova wagon. And Bobby Trudell on a 4 white's going to be over there in the Budweiser lane. His 33 Ford. .004 reaction time for Hutto, 009 for Trudell. And Trudell goes 538 at 127 to a 577 at 118 for Hutto. Now we're going to Lou Hawthorne next out of Mims, Florida. And he'll run up against Derek Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Alachua. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Junior Street to lane 8, Junior Street, lane 8. Pro Motorcycles, lane 7, Pro Bikes, lane 7. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. No 10 reaction time for Lou Hawthorne. He goes 454 to 152 miles an hour. As Derek goes through the 747 at 91. Mike Bennett coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the S10 pickup out of Green Cove. And he'll run up against Jeff Gatlin over here in the Budweiser lane in the Mustang. He's out of St. Augustine. Okay, red light started for Mike Bennett. 026 reaction time for Gatlin. Gatlin gets there first, 611 at 110 to a 667 at 101 for Mike Bennett. All right, that's going to bring up the dragster 220 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And run up against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane in his 1940 Willys. Start over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. They go 482, 141. Stutz goes 571 at 119. All right, that's going to bring up the Camaro here. So I believe it's Logan coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, right up against Andrew Kaiser over here in the Budweiser lane. start there for Kaiser. He goes through the 528 at 131, 593 at 114 there for the Camaro. Aaron Reynolds coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Melbourne, Florida, and he went up against James Bunner over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Dade City. And a red line start there for Aaron Reynolds, 018 reaction time for Bunner. Bunner goes through the 583, 117, 621 at 109 for Reynolds. That's going to bring up the Mustang, car number 2076. All right, Trey Bunner going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. Oh, 11 reaction time for Bunner, 012 reaction time there in the Lucas Oil lane. Lucas Oil lane gets there first 598, 113 to a 616 at 110 for Trey Bunner. Alan Roush coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Jacksonville, the 2000 S10. Going against Big Singer over here in the Budweiser lane. Big's with his 1980 Monza. Okay, we got a 005 reaction time to a 006, and Alan Roush gets there with a 625 at 109 to a 655 at 103. Robert Treadwell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, out of Callahan, Florida. And he'll be running up against Mike McRisen over here in the Budweiser lane in his Chevy Nova. Okay, so Mitt Rising goes through the 685 at 99 miles an hour, 689 at 107 there for Treadwell. Jordan Prince coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Sanford, Florida. And says this is Bill Highhouse. .025 reaction time for Highhouse, 033 for Prince. Prince goes through the 454 at 152 miles an hour to the 608 at 114. Dunn coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be running up against David Hicks over here in Budweiser Lane. He's out of St. Augustine. All right, 009 for Billy Dunn. He goes through the 472 at 145, and Hicks goes through the 502 at 134. All right, Haley Wright coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Brenda George will be over here in the Budweiser lane. .015 reaction time after Haley Wright, 020 for Brendan. Brendan goes through the 495 at 138, 516 at 134 there for Haley. All right, here comes Flying Brian Jones. .003 reaction time there for Flying Brian. He goes 466 at 146. It's going to bring up Mike Gaffney in the 77 Gremlin. to go over here to Junior Street. All right, so here we go into Junior Street, and we're going to have the Dodge pickup truck over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Truck number 454. And Michael Martin will run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Hunter Dowling coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And we're up against the Silverado. That's truck H249. All right, attention in the pitch, attention in the pitch. Junior dragsters, Gonna start making our way into the staging lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in staging lane number 8. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds, staging lane 8. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12-year-olds, lane 2. Junior dragster, 10 to 12, lane 2. Junior dragsters, 13 and older, lane 1. Junior dragsters, 13 and older, lane 1. All right, here we go. We got Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Wildwood. Tom Moats over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Ocala. All right, 120 reaction time for Leachman, 068 red light start for Moats. Leachman going to get to the stripe first, 10:47 at 188. As he's slowing down. Tom Moats goes through 11:45 at 83. Vance Hadashell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Vero Beach. And he'll run up against Roy Johnson out of Keystone Heights. He'll run over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, red line start there for Vance. 68's reaction time for Johnson. Vance goes through the 10:38 at 135 miles an hour to an 11:38 at 119. John Upthegrove coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll run up against Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast. Flag number 210 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Richard Coulter is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. Oh 65 reaction time for Holder, 076 in the Lucas Oil lane. Holder goes through an 820 at 159 miles an hour, 833 at 165 over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Okay, Jeff Barrier over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against car number 2056 over there in the Lucas Oil lane. In the Budweiser lane, Barrier goes through the 1228 at 110 to a 1267 at 105. Bob Hodgson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil lane. 90 model Chevy C10 pickup truck out of Lake Butler. Going up against Steven Strickland over here in the Budweiser lane. His Chevy Camaro. That 003 reaction time for Bob Hodgson. He goes through 1105 at 119, and Strickland goes through the 1207 at 116. All right, Dennis Harsh coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be driving the Chevy Blazer. And Jason Rollins is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane in his Pontiac Firebird. 0.28 reaction times. And Jason Rollins is going to make it to the stripe first with the Pontiac as he goes 11.73 at 114, 13.98 at 94 for Harsh. Robert Simpson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And his Chevy Nova went up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. Salyers out of Reddick, Florida with the 71 Monte Carlo. All right, 0.40 reaction time for Simpson, 0.53 red line start for Salyers. And Salyers goes through with a 12.28 at 108 miles an hour to a 12.26 at 108 for Robert Simpson. All right, Jen Robards coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Blake Scott will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Pinetta, Florida. Okay, 0.62 reaction time for Robards and 175 for Scott. Blake Scott's going to make it to the stripe first as he goes through with an 11.16 at 124 miles an hour, 13.26 at 104 there for Jen Robards. Monica Roberts coming up next. Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. Going against Chris Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. His Pontiac Trans Am from Gainesville. All right, once again, junior dragsters. Junior dragsters should be in the lanes. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Need the junior dragsters to the lanes. All right, Courtney goes through 11.01 at 121 miles an hour, 12.66 at 105 there for Monica. That's going to bring up Dawson Bass next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Jacksonville in the Ford Mustang, going up against Bart Pangillion over here in the Budweiser lane, driving the Corvette from Melrose. All right, 0.62 reaction time for Pangillion, 0.88 for Dawson Bass. Looks like Bass is going to make it to the stripe first, with, well, maybe not. Yeah, it looked like Bart was coming on down the other end because Boston was slowing down. He goes 12.73 at 74 to a 12.80 at 107 for Bart. All right, Corky Bumpus coming up next in that 4-door Plymouth Valiant. And he ran up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. Wilson with the 68 Nova out of Providence. All right, real nice start for Courtney. He's 003 red, 042 to reaction time for Clint Wilson. And Wilson goes 10.99 on that at 118. This is going to be a little bit quick for the class. And Courtney goes through 11.58.7 on his one at 113. Jay Dickinson coming up next out of St. George, Georgia. Looks like he's trading in an old Chevy truck for a Dodge Challenger. And Kenny Kenny Hires over there in the Budweiser lane. And Kenny Hires is going to go through an 11:47 at 103 to a 12:62 at 106 for Jay Dickinson. All right, this is going to bring up the pickup truck 226 GMC dually over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Chad King is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. His S10 pickup truck from Gainesville. King's 075 on the tree to a 174 for the big GMC. And Chad goes through with a 12:08 and 110 miles an hour. 16:02 and 88 miles an hour for the GMC pickup. All right, Brendan George coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against Marcus Cruz over here in the Budweiser lane. .012 reaction time for Marcus, 071 for Brendan. And Marcus goes through with a 13:38 at 97 miles an hour, 15:41 at 92 there for Brendan. And it looks like that'll bring up Mitch Gunner. And Mitch is out of Stark, Florida. All right, 085's reaction time there for Mitch. And Mitch Gunner goes through with a 13:97 at 99. All right, here we go with our junior dragsters, and we're going to get things kicked off here with Hudson Matz. He's out of Gainesville. Justin Nance is on his way. 2:63 reaction time for Hudson. And he goes through the 1398 at 44 miles an hour. Now we're going to have Kylie Mockney next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Shaw Daniel will be running over here in the Budweiser lane. Alright, 103 is reaction time for Kylie and 044 for Shaw. And Shaw Daniel goes through with an 1194 at 53 miles an hour, 12 flat at 54 miles an hour for Kylie Mockney. Okay, that's going to bring up car number B, 213. And we're going to have Bradley Holdaway over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so we got a 364 reaction time over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 448 reaction time for Brinley. And we got 1205 and 52 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1213 and 51 for Holdaway. Sierra Hayden coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's out of Keystone Heights. And Wyatt Hicks is going to run over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Elton, Florida. Red line start there for Sierra. 098's reaction time for Wyatt. And Sierra goes through the 9 flat at 73 miles an hour. 908 is 71 there for Wyatt. Molly Banker coming up next. She'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Lincoln McMaster will be over here in the Budweiser lane. car for Lincoln, 1:50's reaction time for Molly. All right, here comes Scarlett Hicks over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. And Weston Daniel will run up here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 027's reaction time for Weston Daniel, 290 for Scarlett Hicks. Daniel goes through with an 898, 72 miles an hour, 936 at 70 miles an hour for Scarlett. Johnny Moxley coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Xander Cook will run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Moxley's 127 on the tree to a 253 for Xander Cook. Moxley goes through with an 894 at 72, 886 at 72 for Xander. All right, Tyler Biddle coming up next. Here we're running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And we're up against car number R220. All right, 031 reaction time for Biddle, 060 reaction time there in the Budweiser lane. And 890 at 73 miles an hour for Biddle, and 889 at 72 there for the Budweiser lane. All right, Peyton Duffett coming up next out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, and Briella Browning, also out of Wesley Chapel. We're running over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 018 reaction time for Duffett, 042 for Browning. And Duffett goes through with an 889 at 70 miles an hour to an 893 at 71 for Browning. All right, here we go. Our next pair coming up, we got car number B211 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And car M261 will run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, we got a 133 reaction time over there in the Lucas Oil lane, 155 over here in the Budweiser lane. And at the stripe, you got an 894 at 71 there in the Lucas Oil lane, 9 flat at 71 in the Budweiser lane. That'll bring up car number B212. And let's go over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Wright and Cook will be over here in the Budweiser lane. start over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Ryan Cook's 077 on the Christmas tree. 895 at 72 miles an hour over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Ryan Cook goes through that 886 on his at 72 miles an hour. Caden Holdaway coming up next over here on the Lucas in the Budweiser lane. All right, Caden's off and running, and he goes 898 at 71. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4 for round 1. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4 for round 1. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7, please. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Gavin Giddings coming up next. He's out of Callahan, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Brooklyn Collins is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. .053 reaction time for Giddings. Collins is 041 red. Collins made it to the stripe first, 793 at 80 miles an hour to an 843 at 75. Curtis Peak coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against car number 051. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 026 reaction time for Pete, 042 there in the Budweiser lane. And Pete goes through with a 790 at 81 to a 792 at 81. All right, here we got Juliana Edelman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's out of Land Lakes, Florida. And Savannah Highhouse will be running over here in the Budweiser lane. Red light starts a pair here. 017 red for Edelman, 024 red for Highhouse. Edelman goes through the 794 to 79 to a 788 and 81 for Highhouse. Hunter Dowling coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. got license pass coming up here next.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Okay, I guess we got a couple of test hits going on right now. All right, looks like we're going to do a little track parrot before we get in the first round of eliminations. So we're going to take a break with them.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Sand area, so if you need something to drink or eat, head on back there. By all means, I know it's very hot out there, folks. Please make sure you keep yourselves hydrated out here today. I know it's brutal, so please take care of yourselves. All right, if you would, folks, somebody of you please rise. I'm going to give the attention to Mr. Phil Green, who's going to lead us to our invocation. We'll follow it up with our national anthem. So at this time, it's been a great pleasure to introduce Mr. Phil Green.
Thank you, Rick. Before we pray, also, I don't know if Rick has said anything, but RFC chapel service tomorrow morning, 3rd floor of the tower, 8 a.m. 8 a.m., Danielle, 8 a.m. 3rd floor of the tower, RFC chapel service. Now, we really please bow with me. Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Lord, as Rick said, it is miserably hot out there, Lord. I just pray that you'll keep us all safe, Lord. Watch over the staff and crew working hard here, Lord. I thank you for them and their diligence and keeping us safe. Lord, I pray you'll wrap your arms of safety around this whole facility and protect each one of us. Lord, I just thank you for Jesus Christ dying for us on the cross. For us in his name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Brother Green. We'll play our national anthem. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so Corey's got a little bit more prepping out there on the racetrack before we're going to get underway, and we'll get underway with our round one of Ronald's Automotive Pro Eliminator. need Super Pro motorcycles to lane 7, please. Super Pro bikes in lane 7. I see Flying Brian's got one of his new trailers sitting down there in lane 8, so if y'all want to take a peek at what's going to be your new car trailer, then I'll take a look at it. Let Brian get you hooked up with that. I also want to thank Thomas Gaines for being out here today, sweating it out with us, taking pictures of you folks out there, so you got something nice to hang up on the wall. So make sure you get with Thomas before you get out of here, so he can get you something set up for you to hang up on the wall at home. Nobles coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It is 1984 Dodge Charger. He's going up against Vance Howdeshell over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 739 dialed in. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like about 51,000 separated the two at the start, and it's going to be Nobles getting the wet light here. 666 on his 664. Vance goes out with a 741 on his 739. Paul Farrar coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Having the Chevy Nova. And he'll be going up against Roland Alford over here in the Lucas in the Budweiser lane. Red light start there for Corky. He's going to give the automatic win here to Paul. And he goes through the 716 on that 709. John Dwayne coming up next. He's out of Jacksonville. 603 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Jim Atkins over here in the Budweiser lane. 627 to dial in for the Chevy Nova. He's out of Holly Hill, Florida. Okay, got a clean green light start. Looks like you about 12,000 separating the two at the starting line at the stripes. It's going to be John Dwayne getting the win light here. 606 on his 603 dial in. Is Jim Atkins goes out with a 631 on his 627. Bart Pangillian coming up next. 672 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Here we go up against Lee Zaremba over there in the Budweiser lane. 853 is the dial in for the 68 Barracuda. He's out of Inverness, Florida. All right, 48,000 separates these two at the starting line. Here we go up the stripe. The wing light's coming off from Bart Pangillian, and he goes 674 on his 672 as Lee breaks out with an 849 on his 853 dialed in. Mike Zerl coming up next. He's out of Rockledge, Florida. 81 Chevy Malibu wagon. He's got a 671 dialed in. He'll go up against Jimmy Hodges. Jimmy's out of Middleburg. He's got a 611 dialed in on his 75 Nova. And they are dead even on the starting line, 023 apiece. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Jimmy Hodges getting the win light here. He goes 617 on the 611 dial in as Mike Zorro breaks out with a 669 on his 671. Kevin Roberts coming up next. 748 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He's out of Hawthorne, Florida. He'll be going up against Dan Salyers over there in the Budweiser lane. 779 is the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick. Okay, you got 30,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Kevin Roberts picking up the win light here on a double breakout as he only breaks out by 7,000. Salyers breaks out by a ton. Out around Reed Farrar. He's out of Jacksonville in the 66 GTO. He'll be right up against Travis Marchand in his 69 Camaro out of Keystone Heights. He's got a 589 dialed in. And one of them real good, one of them way late. One that's good just picked up the win. Travis Marchand goes 598 with his 589. He was 005 on the Christmas tree. Farrar was closer to the dial at 656 on his 651, but he was a bit tardy. All right, Steve Welch coming up next in the 75 Plymouth Duster. He's out of Ocala, going up against that is not. That's Ivy Hutto over there in the Budweiser lane. Yeah. And the win light's going to come on for Hutto as he goes through with a 594 and his 592 dial in. Paul Allen coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 709 is going to be his dial in. Here we go against Amber Matz over here in the Budweiser lane. Amber with a 679 dial in the S10 pickup truck. Okay, we had a clean start for both drivers. Looks like we're going to have about 35 minutes at the starting line. It's going to be Paul Allen getting the win line here. 710 on the 709 dial in. Good run there for him. Amber goes out with a 684 on her 679. Mel Reisky coming up next. He's got a 636 dialed in on his 2000 Chevy Camaro. He'll run against Jeff Gatlin over here in the Budweiser lane. 613 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He's out of St. Augustine. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes, and we got debris on the track. And it's going to be Mel Reisky getting the win line here, 640 on his 636 dial in as Gatlin goes out with a 620 on the 613. All right, George Emanuel coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 762 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Nova out of High Springs. He'll go against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane. 625 the dial in for the 68 Chevelle. All right, we got 29 thou separates these two at the starting line. And George Emanuel gets the win line here as he goes dead on 5 with an 0.11 reaction time. He puts a 16 thou pack together. Chris French goes out with a 628 on his 625. Alden Rollins coming up next. 742 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Mike French in his 65 Chevelle wagon. He's got a 637 dialed in. All right, 2 thou separate the two of the starting line. And it's going to be Alden Rollins getting the win line here as he goes dead on 2, picks up the win. As Mike French goes out with a 639 on his 637 dial in. Travis Logan coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 603 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Port Charlotte, Florida. And he'll run up against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. 663 is the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. He's out of High Springs. Get a clean start in both lanes. 33 thou separates the two of the starting line, and at the stripe, Travis Logan's going to get the win line here. 604 on the 603 dial in as Courtney breaks out with a 660 on his 663. Jimmy Hall coming up next. 728 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Hilliard, Florida. And he'll be running up against, and it's going to be Marcus Cruz, I'm pretty sure, not Travis Logan. All right, we got a clean green line start. One of them real late, one of them real good. And it's going to be Marcus Cruz getting the win line here as he goes through with a 858 on his 843 dial in. As Jimmy goes 729 on a 728. Treadwell coming up next. 689 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be going up against Richard Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane. Lindsay with a 651 dial in with his Ford Mustang. All right, 11th now, separate these two in the starting line. And here we go at the stripe, and it's going to be Robert Treadwell getting the win line here as he goes through with a 691 on his 689 dial in. Lindsay goes 652 on his 651. 28 10,000ths of a second was the difference at the stripe. All right, next pair coming up. We think this might be Gage Birch coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Haven't still got the information handy on it just yet. Driving the Ford Mustang. And D. Lichty is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane, 667 the dial in for the 69 Camaro. Okay, 2,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be the Mustang getting the win line here, 607 on a 605 dial in. D goes out with a 670 on his 667. Tommy Borgia coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 766 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. He's out of Dunellen, Florida. And he'll go up against Lee Hauser over there in Budweiser lane. 728 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Dodge Dart. Okay, looks like 42,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Borgia getting the win line here. 768 on the 66 dial in. Lee Hauser goes dead on 6, but cannot get the win line to come on as he was behind on the Christmas tree by 42,000. Dawson Bass coming up next. 732 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. Then we're up against Richard Smith over here in the Budweiser lanes. 840 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. All right, looks like you got 21,000 separate the two in the starting line. And it's going to be Dawson Bass picking up the win line here, 734 on his 732 dial in. And Smith goes out with an 851 on his 840. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 692 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. Going against Mike Young over here in the Lucas Oil lane, or in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Beverly Hills, Florida. 637 the dial in for the Hemi-powered Barracuda. And red light start for Gaffney is going to give Young the automatic win. He goes through with a 644 on his at 106 miles an hour. James Evans coming up next. He's out of Jacksonville, Florida. 7 flat's going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Here we run up against Chris Duffett. 686 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. All right, looks like you got 40,000 difference at the starting line here, and at the stripe, the win line's coming on down there for Chris Duffett. He goes 690 on his 686 dial in, and James Evans goes 704 on his 7 flat. Chad King coming up next, 767 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He'll run up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. 724 is his dial in. He's out of Hawthorne, Florida. Okay, we get a clean start in both lanes, and at the stripe it's going to be Kenny Hires getting the win line here as he goes through with a 725 on his 724 dial in. Chad King breaks out by 2,000. Scott DeLeon coming up next. He's got a 704 dial in on the Chevy Malibu. He'll be going up against Eli Griffin. Griffin out of Alma, Georgia. 633 is the dial in. got a clean green line start. 19,000 separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Eli Griffin getting the win line here. 634 on his 633 dial in. And Scott DeLeon breaks out with a 702 on his 704. All right, we got Brother Phil Green coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And his 68 Camaro out of Ocala. He'll be running up against David Zinke over here in the Budweiser lane. And his Plymouth Duster. Green line start looks like about 6,000 separated the two at the starting line. Phil Green is going to get the win line here as he goes through with a 608 on his 606 dial in. As David goes out with a 712 on his 710 dial in. All right, that's going to bring up the, I don't think it's like a Fiat or a Bantam Roadster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's got a 574 dialed in. Going up against Robert Simpson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 778 dialed in on the Nova out of Jacksonville. Okay, we got a clean green line start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be the Roadster getting the win line here as he goes 575 on that 574 dial in. He was 009 on the tree. Simpson bows out with a 779 on his 778 dial in. I'll bring up Aaron Reynolds next. 628 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He'll go up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. 690 the dial in for the 68 Nova. Red line start there for Aaron Reynolds. Going to give Clint Wilson the automatic win. And Wilson goes through with a 696 on his 690 dial in. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 698 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. He'll go up against James Turner over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Overflow will go to 3 and 4. All right, 31,000 separates the two at the starting line. And at the stripe is going to be Bob Hoxton getting the win line here as he goes 699 on his 698 dial in. As Turner goes out with a 749 on his 739 dial. Mike Zerl coming up next. 670 the dial in for the Malibu wagon out of Rockledge. He'll run up against Kyle Cox over here in the Budweiser lane. 860 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. All right, and looks like a red line started by Mike Zerl is going to give Kyle Cox the gift here as he was way late. And he goes through with an 864 on an 860 dial in. Hodgson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 620 dialed in, run up against Jay Dickinson over here in the Budweiser lane. 808 the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. Okay, win light here is going to come off of Robbie Hogston on a double red light start. All right, Keith Collins coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 679 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Rob Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 635 is the dial in. All right, got a clean green light start. 16,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Keith Collins gets the win light here. 679 on a 679 dial in. Good run there for him as Rob Reynolds breaks out by 4 thousandths. Jim Atkins coming up next. He's out of Holly Hill, Florida. 632 the dial in for the Nova. Going against Darren Stutz out of Green Coast Springs in his 57 Chevy. 604 is his dial in. Okay, this one should be all Darren Stutz. 614 on a 604 dial in. He was 020 on the Christmas tree. Atkins does 634 on his 632, but he missed the tree by a bit. Bill Dobson coming up next. 870 the dial in for the Chevy Colorado. Going up against Fallon Roach over here at the Budweiser lane. 860 is the dial in for the 2000 Mustang. And we got a clean start in both lanes. And Fallon Roach is going to get the win light here. She goes 862 on her 860 dial in. And your buy run coming up here next for Brandon Williams. And he's got 741 dialed in there on the Pontiac Firebird. All right, here we go into our Super Pro motorcycles. Vance Shell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 741 is going to be the dial for the electric Harley. He'll run up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Schmidt with a 589 dial in. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, they're dead even on the starting line. Both of them are 012. And it's going to be Dwayne Schmidt Jr. getting the win line here as he goes 590 on his 589 dial in. As Vance goes 743 on his 741. That'll bring up Dwayne Leachman next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 571's his dial in. Going against Richard Holder over here in Budweiser lane. 568 is going to be his dial in.
Sorry, we've got to switch class. I was trying to get some food down my neck. So sorry about that. No problem, Lou. Thank you for watching.
Red line start for Leachman. It's going to give the automatic win here to Richard Holder. Holder goes through the 570 on his 568 dial in. Leachman went 572 on his 571. Colin Nash coming up next. 555 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Orlando, Florida. And he'll run up against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. He's out of Bellevue. He's got a 566 dialed in. All right, we had a clean start in both lanes, and it's going to be Colin Nash getting the win line here as he goes 557 on his 555 dial in. Roy Hagedorn coming up next, 567 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Venice, Florida. He'll run up against Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast, Florida. 564 is going to be his dial in. Okay, that clean green line start. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Hagedorn getting the red line here. 568 on his 567 as Anthony breaks out with a 561 on his 564. All right, that's going to bring up our next pair. And for Miss Colleen Davis, this is especially for you, ma'am. Here comes Jeremy Fireball Davis over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 585 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. He'll run up against Larry Berger out of Jacksonville. 705 is going to be the dial in. He'll be running over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, we had a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like Jeremy's got a little better reaction time. He'll get the win line as well. 605 on that 585 dial in. Jeremy Davis moving on into round number 2. Larry Berger bows out with a 720 on his 705. John Upthegrove coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he's going to be running up against Kevin Cadby out of Keystone Heights. He's got a 542 dial in. like John had problems with his bike, so get him out of the way. All right, so John up the grove, even though the bike broke on the start line, does get the win light, as Kevin Canby had red lit and broke out. So if John can fix it, he can come back around and he's still in it. That wraps up round one of the Super Pro motorcycles as we're getting ready to go to the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Attention into pits, attention into pits. Let me have Junior Street. Junior Street, start making your way to staging lane number 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8. Let me have Allen Speed Machine Sportsman. You can start making your way into lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6.
Okay, just to let you know, we're going into the first round of Super Pro.
Lanes 5 and 6 are not golf cart parking, so let's get some of those cleared out here, please.
We're going to first round of Super Pro, followed by Junior Street, Pro Bike, and then Allen Speed and Machine Sportsman. So we're going to go by side, and I have to take the titles down. So I wanted to give you a heads up what was coming up for everyone. Again, if you're watching this from your computer and you're sitting at your house, you can go to your smart TV and look us up at YouTube, On the Spot Motorsports Media. Find that page or channel. Make sure you subscribe and follow us there as well on Facebook.
All right, got Troy Volker coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 693 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Heavy going up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 502 is the dial in for the dragster out of St. Augustine. All right, we got a clean green line start, 9,000 separates to the start, and it's going to be David Hicks getting the win line here. He goes 505 on that 502 dial in. That'll bring up Zach Collins next, 616 the dial in for the Vega out of Citrus Springs, Florida. He'll run up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 512 is his dial in. All right, win line comes off for James Hicks Jr. He goes 516 on his 512 dial in. Zach goes out to 619 on his 616 dial in. Comes John Dwayne next. 604 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. They'll run up against Alan Roush over here in the Budweiser lane. 626 is his dial in. Carpenter coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 484 dial in. He's out of St. Petersburg. Going up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 454 dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. All right, 10,000 separates the two in the starting line, and it's going to be Kelly Hicks getting the win right here. 457 on his 454 dial in. Carpenter goes out with a 486 on his 484. And Hicks was better on the tree. He was 002 to 012. Flying Brian Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 468 dialed in. He's out of Orange Park, Florida, going up against David Harris over here in the Budweiser lane. 482 is his dial in. All right, looks like 11,000 separate the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Brian Jones getting the win right here as he goes through the 471 on his 468 dial in, as Harris goes out with 487 on his 482 dial. Randy Banger coming up next. He'll be on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 502 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against John Rollins over here in the Budweiser lane. 606 is the dial in on the Nova in High Springs. All right, 23,000 is at the starting line. It's going to be John Rollins getting the win right here as he goes 608 on his 606 dial in. Randy Baker goes dead on 5 and cannot get the win light to come on. As he was 030 on the tree, Rollins was 007, 72 10,000 of a second, the difference at the strike. Mike Fiddler coming up next. 648 is going to be the dial in on the 75 Plymouth Scamp. He's out of Summerfield, Florida. And we're up against Derek Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 749 the dial in on the Chevy Malibu. Derek's out of Gainesville. All right, so Derek's going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 754 on the 749 dial in. He was 016 on the tree, and Mike was Fiddler with 679 on his 648 dial in. Nick Brown coming up next. 617 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll run up against Bobby Trinnell out of Fort White in a 33 Ford. He's got a 538 dial in. Red light start by Nick Brown is going to get Bobby Trinnell the automatic win. And Trinnell goes through with a 539 on his 538 dial in. That'll bring up Mark Watson next. 608 the dial in on the Pontiac Trans Am. He's out of Showman Bluff, Georgia. Going up against James Bunner out of Dade City, Florida. He's got a 583 dialed in. All right, 2,000 separates these two at the starting line. And it's going to be James Bunner getting the win light here as he goes through the 489 on his 483 Mark Watson goes 619 on the 618 dial in. That'll bring up Sherby Powell next. 1970 Camaro out of Green Coast Springs. He's got a 668 dial in. He'll run up against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. Goolsby with a 669 dial in on his S10 pickup. Red light started by Goolsby, not even a good red light. Going to give the automatic win here to Sherby Powell. Sherby goes dead on 8 and picks up the win. Buddy slows to a 777 on his 669. All right, Dave Demarest coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 483 is his dial in. He'll be going against Brendan George over here in the Budweiser lane. Brendan with a 498 dial in. All right, 2,000 separate these two in the starting line. Here we go to stripe. It's Brendan George getting the win line here. As he puts a 3-down pack together, he's 002 on the reaction shot, goes dead 1, and gets the win light. Dave Demarest was 004, went 484 on his 483. All right, it's going to bring up Lou Galley next. 572 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. He's out of Fort White. And here we're up against Robert Ledbetter out of Fort Pierce, Florida. 594 is his dial in, driving the Pontiac Firebird. And Ledbetter is going to get the win light here on a double red line start. He was 001 red. Lou was 022 red. Lou goes dead on 0. Ledbetter goes through with a 596 on a 94. Haley Wright coming up next. 516 is going to be her dial in. She'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And she'll run up against Trey Bunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 616 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, so we got a little staging duel going on out here. Corey ain't having none of it. All right, so we got a clean green line starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Trey Bunner getting the win line here as he goes dead on 2. Haley breaks out by 5,000ths. That's going to bring up Ivy Hutto next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving the Nova wagon. He'll be going up against Robbie Little over here in Budweiser lane. Robbie with a 514 dial in. separate the two at the starting line. Here we go at the stripe. Robbie Little's going to get the win line here as he goes 5:15 on his 5:14 dial, and he was 001 on the tree. And Ivy Hutto breaks out by 2 thou. Mark Daniels coming up next. 5:01's his dial in. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Chris Duffett will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 683's his dial in. All right, 14,000 difference at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Mark Daniels getting the win line here as he goes through with a 5:02 on that 5:01 dial in, as Chris Duffy goes out with a 686 on his 683. Robert Treadwell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 688 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Mike Young over here in the Budweiser lane. 644 the dial in for the Hemi Power Cuda. Red line start by Mike Young is going to give the automatic win here to Robert Treadwell. And Treadwell goes through with a 690 on his 688 dial in. All right, got Mustang coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6 flat's going to be the dial in. Going up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 476 dialed in. All right, Gage Birch over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6 flat to dial in for that Mustang. And we got a clean green light start. 9,000 separates the two at the starting line. And Gage Birch going to get the win line here as he goes 601 on that 6 flat dial in. As Vasquez goes out with a 478 on his 476 dial in. Mike Bennett coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 667 the dial in on the S10 pickup out of Green Cove Springs. Going up against Brett McDaniel over here in the Budweiser lane. 493 is the dial in for the Pontiac GTO. He's out of Odom, Georgia. And red light start from Merrick's going to get the automatic win to Brett McDaniel. McDaniel's perfect reaction time was 494 on his 493 dial in. Meg Redlin with a 001 red light start. Paul Allen coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 709 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Kirk Carlson over here in the Budweiser lane. 489 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of St. Augustine. right, 19 thou separates the two at the starting line. It's going to be Paul Allen getting the win line here, 7-11 on that 709 dial in. Good run there for him. Kirk Carlson bows out with a 533 on his 489 dial in. Jordan Prince coming up next. 456 is the dial in. She's out of Sanford, Florida. Going up against Andrew Kaiser over here in the Budweiser lane. 528 is the dial in. He's out of Green Cove Springs. All right, 1 thou separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Jordan Prince getting the win line here. She goes dead on 9 with a 007 reaction time. Puts the 16 thou pack together. Kaiser was 006, and he breaks out with a 526 on the 528 dial in. Billy Dunn coming up next. 472 is the dial in. He's out of Leesburg, Florida. He'll go up against AJ Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 459 dialed in. Start 18 thou separates the two at the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Billy Dunn getting the win line here, 473 on his 472 dial in. As Kelly goes out with a 464 on his 459. Haley Wright coming up next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 496 dial in, and she'll be running up against Trent Horton. Horton's over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 489 dial in. He's out of Callahan, Florida. Red light start there by Haley Wright. It's going to give Trent Horton an automatic win. Trent goes 486 on his 489. Wright goes dead on 6, but unfortunately she's 002 red. That's going to bring up Lou Hawthorne next. $455 is going to be the dial in for Hawthorne. He'll be right up against Brandon Williams over here on the Lucas Budweiser lane. He's got a 735 dialed in on the Pontiac Firebird. All right, we got 20,000 difference in the starting line here. As Lou goes dead on 7 with a 005 reaction time, he puts a 12,000 pack together. Brandon Williams goes out with a 739 on his 735. All right, that's going to bring up the fastest car on the property right here, over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. This is Jackie Bennett. He's out of Palatka, Florida. He's got a 440 dialed in. The car went 382 in his time run earlier at about $1.82. So keep an eye on the Lucas Oil lane. That car is way faster than the dial in. He'll be going against Vic Singer over here in the Budweiser lane. Vic with a 654 dial in on his 80 Monza. And he's going to think he threw the anchor out here in just a minute, because when that car goes blowing by him on the top end. And we got a dual red light start, and bang, it goes through the 85 at 185 miles an hour. And he does pick up the wind light over Vic Singer, as both drivers were red lit, but Jackie had the better of the two red lights. John Connick coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 721's the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He'll be going up against Mike Mittreisen over here in the Budweiser lane. 683 is his dial in. Red light start for Mike Mittreisen is going to give John Connick the automatic win. And Connick goes through the 726 on his 721 dial in. Mike Minacci coming up next. 5 flat the dial in for the dragster out of Ocala. Going up against Keith Collins Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 555 is going to be his dial in. And Minacci had problems with the dragster, as it is not coming up to speed. So Keith Collins is going to get the win light here as he went 561 on his 555. Not sure what's off with Mike's car, but I'm sure he'll figure it out. All right, K226. Chevy Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 574 dial in. Still not sure the driver on that one just yet. Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane, his 1940 Willys. He's out of Green Cove Springs, got a 544 dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes, and it's going to be the Lucas Oil lane getting the win light here, 588 on a 574 dial in. Aaron Reynolds coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 625 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Alan Roush over here in the Budweiser lane. 625 is his dial in, so we've got a heads up run here in round one. Tony Morris coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 570 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Winter Garden, Florida. And we're up against Mike Gaffney over here in the Budweiser lane. The 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood's got a 692 dial in. All right, red line started by Dave Hicks. Going to give Flying Brian Jones the automatic win light. Brian goes through the 468 with his 469 dial in. Hicks went 507 on the 504. Scott Gibson coming up next. 477 the dial in for the dragster out of Sanford. He'll be going up against Bill Highhouse over here in the Budweiser lane. 607 is his dial in. All right, red light's going to come on for Scott Gibson on a red light start there in the Budweiser lane. All right, here comes Gordon McMaster. And this is another top dragster, I believe. So that comment earlier about the fastest car on the property, it may be up for debate here in just a moment. Because Jackie Bennett went 385 or 382 earlier. Lauren's got a car here capable of going equally as fast, if not faster. And I see this thing sitting there with a blown Hemi. Jackie was running a Pro Charge Big Block Chevy. This will be interesting to see. Okay, so something went awry there, so Lauren's not going to get the run that she was looking for out of it this time around. Maybe the next time she'll be able to get it to go down the track. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters. Start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, let's start making our way back to the staging lanes, please. I should have my pro bikes in the lanes at this time. Pro bikes, y'all should be in lane 7. I need Allen Speed Machine Sportsman in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Car 2076, Silver Mustang. We are looking for your tech card. You need to go back to tech. And we do need your tech card. Car number 2076. We are looking for your tech card. You need to go back to tech if you have not got it. All right, here we're back into the pro bikes, and Chuck Bullen coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 999 dialed in. Going up against bike number 201. Excuse me, folks. Got a 920 dialed in. Chuck having problems with his bike. All right, so here we go. As we get back underway, here we got Vance Outashell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1172 is going to be his dial in, going up against John Up the Grove over here in the Budweiser lane. John with an 890 dial in. All right, we got clean green light starts in both lanes. And here we go, the stripe, the wheel light's coming on down there for Vance Outashell. He goes 1176 on his 72 dial in. As John Up the Grove goes out with a 903 on his 890. Roy Johnson coming up next. 1120 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Keystone Heights. He'll run up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Over here in the Budweiser lane. 927 is his dial in. All right, 1,000 separates the two in the starting line. And Roy Johnson's going to get the win light here as he goes through with 1128 on that 1120 dial in. Schmidt goes out with a 936 on his 927. Colin Nash coming up next. 879 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Orlando. He'll run up against Kevin Cadby over here in the Budweiser lane. 830 is his dial in. And red light start for Kevin is going to give Colin Nash the automatic win. And Colin goes dead on 7. Kevin went through with an 844 on his 830. And your buy run coming up here, Jeremy Fireball Davis. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. 915 is going to be his dial in. All right, 053's reaction time. Jeremy goes through with an 896 on his 915 dial in. So looks like Jeremy holding a little bit there. All right, here we go over to Sportsman. And we got John Landola coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1262 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Gainesville. He'll be going against Steven Strickland over here in the Budweiser lane. 1207 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of St. John's, Florida. Red light start there for Steven Strickland. Is going to give John Landola the automatic win. And Landola goes through the 1271 on his 1262. And Strickland went 1215 on his 1207. Bart Pangillian coming up next. 1281 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette out of Melrose. Going to run up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Reading, Florida. 1224 the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. Okay, so we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And it looks like we got about 56,000 difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Pangillian getting the win light here as he goes through with a 1285 on a 1281 dial in. Sayers goes out with a 1226 on his 1224. Jeff Barrier coming up next. He's got a 1227 dialed in on the Dodge Charger. He'll be going against Blake Scott in his Dodge Challenger. He's got 1118 dialed in. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Blake Scott getting away the red line here. 1124 on that 1118 dial in. Barrier goes out 1230 on his 1227. Barrier was behind on the Christmas tree as well. Corky Bumpus coming up next. The four-door Plymouth Valiant. It's going to be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's got 1157 dialed in. Running against Chris Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. 1103 the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. $45 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Corky Bumpus getting the win line here as he goes dead on with a 0. Good run there for Corky. And Courtney goes out with 1109 on his 1103. Dawson Bass coming up next. 1274 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He's out of Jacksonville. And here we're up against Jason Rollins over here in the Budweiser lane. 1175 the dial in for the 95 Pontiac Firebird. All right, 18th separated the two at the starting line, and on a double breakout, Jason Rollins is going to get the win line here, 1172 on his 1175, as Bass goes 1268 on his 1274. Chad King coming up next, 1207 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and he's going to run against Robert Simpson over there in the Budweiser lane, 1227. Is his dial in. Robert's out of Jacksonville. Yeah, red line start there for Robert Simpson. It's going to give Chad King the automatic win. All right, so Chad King goes through the 1216 on that 1207 dial in. Simpson goes out 1240 on his 1227. Eric Edelman coming up next, 16 flat the dial in for the GMC over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Mitch Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane, 1378 the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Okay, Mitch Gunner is going to get the win line here on a breakout by Eric Edelman as he went 1591 on that 16 flat, and Mitchell goes 1382 on his 1370 whatever dial in. Brenton George coming up next, 1549 the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. Red light start for Brenton George. He's going to give Kenny Hires the automatic win. And Hires goes through 1143 on his 1142 dial in. And Brendan goes out with a 1555 on his 1549. Dennis Harsh coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1391 is going to be the dial in. He'll go up against Marcus Cruz over here in the Budweiser lane. Marcus with the 1346 dial in. All right, 1,000 separates the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, Dennis Harsh is going to get the win line here, 1393 on his 91 dial in. As Marcus goes 1348 on his 1346. The margin of victory is 2/10,000ths of a second. Monica Roberts coming up next. 1264 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. And Clint Wilson in his 68 Nova out of Providence is going to be running over here in the Budweiser lane. He has 11 flat dialed in. 48 now separate the two of the starting line. Here we go. Your stripe. Your win line's coming on down there for Monica Roberts as she goes into the 1269 on her 1264. As Wilson goes 1104 on his 11 flat dial in. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 11 flats his dial in. Here we run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's on Lake Butler. And Jay Dickinson will be over there in the Budweiser lane. 1262 is the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. All right, so it looks like we're getting ready to go over here to the junior dragsters. Hudson Matt's coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 1395 dialed in. Going to be running up against Bradley Holdaway. She's got a 1205 dialed in. Okay, Hudson Max picked up the win light there on a double red light start. That's going to bring up Kylie Mockney next. She's got 1202 dialed in. She'll run up against Olivia Butler out of Odessa, Florida. 1203 is her dial in. All right, junior dragsters, load up. Junior dragsters, let's load up, please. If you're in the 10 to 12s or 13 and up, y'all need to be getting suited up, ready to go. Don't make me send Jody down there. All right, red light start for Butler. Going to give the automatic win here to Mockney. And Kylie goes through the 1201 on that 1202. Olivia went 1211 on her 1203. Byron coming up here for Shaw Daniel. 1192 is his dial in. All right, so Shaw goes through 1195 on his 1192. All right, let's go bring up Aaron Kennedy next. He's got an 893 dialed in. He'll be running up against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 891 dialed in. All right, Sierra Hay coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 9 flat dialed in. Running up against Wyatt Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 907 is his dial in. All right, 15,000, separate the two at the starting line. I've got 25,000. And at the stripe, it's going to be Sierra Hay getting the win light here. She goes 905 on her 9 flat dial in. Wyatt goes out with a 916 on his 907. Wyatt's actually better on the Christmas tree, 040 to an 065. Molly Banger coming up next. 890 is going to be her dial in. Running up against Weston Daniel. Okay, we get a clean green light start in both lanes. And Weston Daniel's going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 907 on an 897 dial in. All right, Tyler Biddle coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be the dial in. And he'll run up against Carson Murphy over here in the Budweiser lane. 915 is going to be their dial in. All right, looks like they got about 14,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Carson Murphy getting the win light here, 916 on that 915 dial in as Tyler goes 893 on an 890 dial. Blake Jones coming up next. 892 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Tanner Mockney over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 will be Tanner's dial in. All right, got a clean green light start, 17,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go with the stripe. Your green light's going to come on down there for Blake Jones on that double breakout. He breaks out by 9 thou, and Tanner Mockney broke out by a bunch. Scarlett Hicks coming up next. 9 flat's going to be her dial in. She'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against car R220. 890 is going to be their dial in. Okay, one's good, one's a little late. And the Budweiser lane is going to pick up the win light here, 901 on an 890 dial in, and Scarlett goes out with a 914 on her 9 flat. All right, Madison Butler coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 893 is going to be her dial in. She'll run up against Xander Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 is his dial in. Red light start over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going to give Sandra Cook the automatic win. Cook goes through with an 895 on his 890 dialed in. Johnny Moxley coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 892 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Caden Holdaway over here in the Budweiser lane. 893 will be his dial in. All right, we got a clean green line start in both lanes. Looks like 73,000 if it's at the starting line. It's going to be Johnny Moxley getting the win line here. Okay, got our next pair coming up. We got car B212 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 895 is going to be the dial in. Going against car number M261 over there in the Budweiser lane. It's got a 9 flat dialed in. Okay, got a clean green light start. Wow. All right, folks, if you're out there in the pits, I'm going to tell you to go on and hunker down. It's starting to get a little dicey out there. A lot of lightning starting to hit in the air. So I would say if you were in the pit area, you need to hunker down. It's going to be get nasty here in just a few minutes. We're not going to call anybody back to the lanes at this time. We just want to try and get everybody down the track here. If we can try and get this around in here, we want to try and do so. All right, Ryan Cook and Briella Browning. And Briella Browning's going to be the win, get the win line here. She goes 907 on that 9 flat dial in. Ryan Cook goes dead on 4, but he was way late on the Christmas tree and cannot get the win line to come on. Peyton Duffett coming up next. 890 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. All right, Gavin Giddens coming up next over here. 842 is going to be the dial in the Lucas Oil lane. Deegan Kellogg coming up over here in the Budweiser lane. 796 is going to be his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go at the stripe. Your win light's coming on down there for Deegan Kellogg. 798 on a 796 dial in. Good run there for him. Gavin Giddings goes out 848 on an 842. Next pair coming up, we got Gianna Edelman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 796 is going to be her dial in. Chatalanda Lakes, Florida. Going against Brooklyn Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 794 is the dial in. She's got a Keystone Heights. All right, 5,000 separate the two of the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Edelman getting the win line here on a double breakout. She breaks out by 1,000, and Brooklyn Collins breaks out by 7. Hunter Dowling coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 829 is going to be his dial in. Going against Savannah Highhouse over here in the Budweiser lane. 790 is her dial in. All right, dual red light start. Better red light goes over to Highhouse. So Savannah Highhouse going to get the win light there over Hunter Dowling. And that's going to bring up Curtis Peak next. All right, 790 was the dial in for Curtis Peak. He goes 788. And we got a license pass coming up last. That's going to let things up here for a little bit because we're going to have to shut things down. Just let this weather kind of clear by us. So once we get this license pass, we're going to shut things down for just a few minutes until we see what's going to happen with this weather. We have seen a lot of lightning and stuff out in the horizon there. Got a lot of equipment up here that's pretty sensitive to that kind of stuff. So we want to make sure everybody gets inside someplace that's safe as well. Get them out of the way. Our license pass is on the way. And the license pass goes through the 1245.
Yeah, just give y'all a little quick update on the weather. As you can see back there behind those trees, a lot of rain's going on. It looks like it may be moving this way. So at this time, we're just going to go into a weather delay. And as soon as we are back, we'll try to send out a little message beforehand so you can tune back on our Motorsports media page. So we thank you again for joining today and watching our Scorpion ET series, race number 13 here in Gainesville.
ladies and gentlemen, looks like the rain has subsided for the time being. We're going to go out here and start trying to get things dried up and out as best we can. So we still got a while to go before we're going to be getting back underway, but we are going to get that process started up. So hang out there and fellowship with your buddies and dry your cars off, you know, those kind of things. And we'll get back at it as soon as we can. We are getting started with time to dry things out now, so it is going to take a little while to do. So just keep your ears tuned in, and I'll let you know more as more comes to me. attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, need you to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, need you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. If you have not dried your cars off yet, please dry them off before you bring them to the staging lanes. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7 please. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Make sure your cars are drying off before you bring them to the staging lanes. All right, once again, we're looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Please make sure your cars are drying off before you bring them into staging lanes. I need Pro Eliminator to start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4 for round 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to lane 7, please, for round number 2. All right, once again, we're looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Make sure your cars are drying off before you bring them into staging lanes. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Dry them off before you bring them into lanes. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to lane 7.
right, it looks like the drizzle has stopped. They kept on working on the track as the drizzle was happening. I can't say it enough. Thank you for the Gainesville Racing Track crew for continuously working on it so we can get back to racing. Hopefully we can get it some rounds in before the next round hits us. But before we get back into everything, we have to pay some bills, so bear with us and we'll be right back.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
Just want to let you know, if you're watching us on Facebook, we're fixing to stop the live stream and start it back and start sharing it because we have lost probably close to 60 people viewing it. And our time's fixing to run out on Facebook anyway. We only allow 8 hours of streaming before we have to start over. We've been streaming for 7 hours and 38 minutes and counting up. So just bear with us. If you're watching us on Facebook, we will be coming back on in just a few moments. We'll be getting ready to go into the second round. Starting off with Rollins Automotive Super, nope, just Pro Class. Sorry about that. All right, the track is prepped and ready to go. We're going to round 2 of the Rollins Automotive Pro Class.
Pro Eliminator, load up. All right, here we go. Round number 2 of our Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. We got John Dwayne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 601 to dial in for the Camaro out of Jacksonville. Going up against Bill Dobson over here in the Budweiser lane. 870 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Colorado. Okay, we got a green light start in both lanes. One of them's real late, one's real good. Let's see how it turns out like it should. John Dwayne's going to get the win light here as he goes 608 on the 601. His competition, Bill, goes dead on with a 3. Cannot get the win light to come on when your reaction time starts with a 2. Tommy Borgia coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 768 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Dunellen. Going against Jeremy Fireball Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 573 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Palm Coast. Okay, we got 25,000 difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Jeremy Davis getting the win line here as Borgia breaks out with a 765 on his 768 dial in. Jeremy goes 596 when he has 573. Kevin Roberts coming up next. 748 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro out of Hawthorne. Going up against Steve Welsh out of Ocala. 680 is the dial in for the 75 Plymouth Duster. Ooh, okay, we got a pretty big gap here on reaction times. And Kevin Roberts is going to make it work. He's 003 on the tree, goes dead on 9. He puts a 12-thou pack together. Steve Welsh was 124, and he didn't have a prayer. Okay, next pair coming up, we got Mike Mockney over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 640 is going to be his dial in. Here we're going against Lisa Rumba over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 847 dialed in on the 68 Barracuda. Lee is out of Inverness, Florida. Mockney out of Dennis. Okay, we got a green light start in both lanes. Well, that was pretty good. One's a little tardy. Mike Mockney's going to get the win line here. 648 on his 640 dial in. Lisa Reba goes out with an 856 on his 847. That'll bring up Vance Howdeshell next. 741 is going to be the dial in for the electric Harley Davidson over here in the Budweiser in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Brandon Williams out of Bradenton, Florida. 737 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. And it looks like got about 12 now. Separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Brandon Williams getting the win line here as he goes 739 on the 737 dial in. As Vance goes out with a 744 on his 741. Doug Kellogg coming up next. He's out of Christmas, Florida. 573 is going to be the dial in for the Fiat. I believe that is over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Went up against Roland Corky Alford out of Glen St. Mary. 734 the dial in for the 89 S10. All right, 2,000 separates these two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Doug Kellogg getting the win line here, 574 on a 573. Both of them run 15 over their dial in. There was 2,000 separated them at the starting line. 22 10,000ths of a second was the difference at the stripe. Travis Logan coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 598 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll go against Colin Nash over here in the Budweiser lane. 555 is the dial in for the motorcycle out of Orlando. Separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Logan getting the win line here as he goes 598 with a 1 on his 598 dial in. Good run there for him. Colin Nash breaks out with a 554 on his 555. Rob Reynolds coming up next. 635 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And coming up is Mike Young over here in the Budweiser lane. 640 the dial in for the Barracuda. All right, 50,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, Mike Young is going to get the win line here as he goes dead on 3. He gets the win line there as Rob Reynolds breaks out for the 629 on his 635. Alvin Rollins coming up next. 742 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He's out of High Springs. Going against Ivy Hutto over there on the Lucas Oil side of the Budweiser lane. He's got a 593 dialed in. And your win line is going to come on over there for Alvin Rollins as he goes through with a 742 with a 1 on his 742 dial in. Good run there for him. As Hutto breaks out by 1/1000th. Reed Farrar coming up next. 653 is the dial in for the Pontiac GTO out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against James Turner over there in the Budweiser lane. 741 the dial in for the Mercury Capri. He's out of Keystone Heights. All right, 15,000 separates the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Reed Farrar picking up the win line here as he goes dead on 4 and gets the win line here. Turner was dead 6, and Turner was behind about 15,000 on the Christmas tree. All right, here comes I can't find my tech card. Gage Birch over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 4 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll go up against Chris Duffett over here in the Budweiser lane. 687 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. light start for Chris Duffett. Gonna give the automatic win here to Gage Birch. Birch goes through the 602 on the 604 dial in. George Emanuel coming up next. 762 is the dial in for the 68 Nova. He's out of High Springs, Florida. Going up against Richard Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane. 650 is the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Okay, 33,000 separate these two at the starting line. And George Emanuel goes dead on with a 0 with an 010 reaction time. Richard Lindsay goes dead on 0 with an 043. So 33 thousandths of a second. Wow, we got some good races going on. All right, let's go bring up Bill Green. 606 dial for the 68 Camaro out of Ocala. He'll go against Travis Marchand. He's got 588 dialed in on his 69 Camaro. He's out of Keystone Heights. And a red light start by Phil Green is going to give Travis Marchand the automatic win light. Travis goes through with a 590 on his 588. Green breaks out with a 605 on his 606 dial in. Mike Noble's coming up next. The 1984 Dodge Charger over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track's got a 663 dialed in. He'll be going up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. 668 is going to be his dial in at the wheel of the 69 Chevy Camaro. All right, we got a nice clean green light start, 39-pound difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Mike Nobles getting the win light here on a double breakout. Now he'll be moving on into round number 3. Paul Allen coming up next. 709 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Maverick out of Middleburg. He'll go up against Fallon Roach over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 860 dialed in on that 2000 Ford Mustang. And she's out of St. Augustine. Okay, we got a green light starting both lanes. And at the stripe, your win light's coming off of Paul Allen. He goes dead on 2, gets the win light there as Fallon breaks out with an 856 on her 860 dial in. Mel Reisky coming up next. 638 is going to be the dial in for the 2000 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Lecanto, Florida. But up against Kyle Cox over here in the Budweiser lane. 863 is going to be his dial in. Out of the Pontiac Firebird. And red light start for Mel is going to get the automatic win here to Kyle Cox. Kyle goes through with an 860 on that 863. Mel went a 636 on his 638. Alan Dillman coming up next. 658 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Rayford, Florida. He'll run up against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. 658 is the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. He's out of High Springs. both lanes. Here we go. The stripe. Alan Dillman's going to get the win line here. As he was 661 on that 658. Courtney goes 659 on the 58. Obviously, Courtney closer to the dial in, but he was behind on the Christmas tree. Dalvin Dillman hangs a 004 reaction time on Courtney. Paul Farrar coming up next. Driving the Chevy Nova to Jacksonville. 715 is going to be the dial in. Going against Lee Hauser over here in the Budweiser lane. 728 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Dodge Dart. All right, got a clean green line starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's coming on down there for Lee Hauser on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least amount, moves on into round number 3. James Young coming up next. James Evans coming up next. Down the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville's got a 704 dialed in, going up against Rick Smith. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. 845 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Okay, we got a clean green line starting both lanes. And at the stripe is James Evans going to get the win line here as he goes 730 on that 704 dial in. And Smith goes out with a 871 on his 845. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. 628 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Melbourne. Coming up against Jimmy Hall over here in the Budweiser lane. 725 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Hilliard, Florida. Okay, looks like we got a pretty big reaction time disparity here. Aaron Reynolds is going to get the win line as he goes 636 on his 628. He was at 13. Jimmy Hall runs dead on 3 and cannot get the win line to come on. So a 114 reaction time cost him the race. Robert Treadwell coming up next. The Chevy Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 689 dialed in. Going up against Amber Matz over here in the Budweiser lane. Amber with a 679 dialed in on that S10 pickup. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Amber Matz getting the win line here, 680 on a 679. As Treadwell breaks out with a 687 on his 689 dial in. Scott DeLeon coming up next. He's got a 701 dialed in on his Chevy Malibu. And here we're up against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane. 625 is the dial in on the 68 Chevelle. He's out of Ocala. Okay, Chris Branch is going to get the win line here on a dual red light start as he was 008 red to an 027 red for DeLeon. Chris went through the 650. That'll bring up Mike Gaffney next. 692 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gorilla. Going up against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. 638 is going to be his dial in. Driving that 65 Chevelle wagon. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Need you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Okay, got 9 miles. Separate the 2 at the starting line. And your wind light's going to come on down there for Mike French on a double breakout. David Zinke coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 709 is going to be the dial in for the Plymouth Duster out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. They're going up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. Salyers with a 773 dial in on that 71 Monte Carlo. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes. Looks like 15 miles separated the 2 at the starting line. Salyers is going to get the win light here as he goes dead on 2. Gets the win light as Zinke breaks in the runs 711 on his 709. Dawson Bass coming up next. He's got a 727 dialed in on the 95 Mustang out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Robert Simpson over here in the Budweiser lane. 772 is the dial in for the Chevy Nova. He's out of Jacksonville as well. All right, attention to the bids. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Need you to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Need you to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow to 3 and 4. Okay, win light here is coming off for Robert Simpson as he goes 775 on his 772 dial in. As Dawson Bass goes out with a 729 on his 727 dial in. All right, looks like your next pair coming out of the burnout box. You're going to have Mark Horton over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 648 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. 690 the dial in for the 68 Nova out of Providence, Florida. All right, Mark Horton's going to get the win light here as he goes 666 on his 648 dial in. Clint Wilson broke out with 689 on his 690. Gonna bring up Mike Zurl next. Got the Malibu wagon over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Rockledge, Florida. Going up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. Kenny's got his 81C10 out of Hawthorne with a 723 dial in. Okay, we got a clean green line starting both lanes. Here we go to stripe. Mike Zerl is going to get the win line here. He goes dead on 9 and gets the win line. Kenny Hires breaks out with a 720 on his 723 dial in. Bob Hoxton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 698 is his dial in. Going against Marcus Cruz over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 842 dial in. All right, so it looks like it's going to be a competition single here for Bob Hodge. As it looks like Marcus is having some problems with his car over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, folks, we're going to be on hold here for just a couple of minutes. All right, so we're on hold here for just a moment. As you see, we got a bunch of smoke coming off down there on the top end, so we're going down there to see what's going on, see what's burning. Hopefully nothing too important.
reliability to drive thousands of miles, confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition and a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
All right, folks, we, sorry about the delay, but we had a little small fire out there in the pits that had to be addressed. So until we can get our emergency medical fire department folks back in place, we are on hold. It should be wrapped up here pretty quickly. So just hang tight. We'll be back up here in just a little bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get loaded up, ready to go.
All right, we're gonna get back into racing. All right, here we go, folks. We're getting back underway. We got Robbie Hodgson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 620 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Darren Stutz over here in Budweiser lane. Stutz with a 604 dial in on that 57 Chevrolet out of Green Coast Springs. Hey, red light start by Darren Stutz is going to give Robbie Hodgson the automatic win. And so he goes 622 or 620 down to 603 and 604 dial in. All right, Jimmy Hodges coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 612 is going to be the dial in for the 75 Nova out of Middleburg. Coming up against Rob Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 631 the dial in for the Camaro out of Melbourne. Red light start by Rob Reynolds going to give Jimmy Hodges the automatic red light. All right, Mike Zerl coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 670 dialed in. You're up against Keith Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 678 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not and do need any Sunoco race fuel, you got about 15 or 20 minutes to get back there and get your fuel needs taken care of before we're going to close the fuel depot down. You have plenty of time to get it. So if you have not gotten race fuel and you think you're going to need some, you got about 15 or 20 minutes to get back there and get your race fuel needs taken care of here today. All right, 5 now separates two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be on a double breakout. Keith Collins is going to get the win light. 674 and 678. And your buy run coming up here for Bart Van Gillian. Chevy Camaro's got a 672 dial in.
engine out the pits. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lane 22, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Alright, bar goes 671 with an 8 on that 672 dial in. That'll wrap up round number 2 of the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category, as we're now going over here to the Super Pro motorcycles. Super Pro cars should be in the lanes. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro should be in the lanes. Roy Hagedorn coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 566 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Venice. He'll run up against Larry Berger from Jacksonville. 705 is going to be the dial in for the Harley Davidson. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes, and Roy Hagedorn is going to get the win light here. 582 on that 566 dial in. As Larry Berger goes out with a 717 on his 705 dial in. Vance Howdeshell coming up next. 744 is going to be the dial in for the Electric Harley. He's out of Vero Beach. He'll run up against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 565 is the dial in for your Division 2 Super Pro Motorcycle Champion. And he got 10,000 difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Sandy picking up the win light here as he goes dead 2 and gets the win as Vance breaks out with a 743 on that 744 dial in. Wayne Leachman coming up next. He's got a 571 dialed in. He's out of Wildwood. And he'll be going up against John Upthegrove. Alright, only 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. And Dwayne Leachman is going to get the win line here as he goes 573 on his 571. His Upthegrove slows to a 599 on his 579. Richard Holder coming up next. 570 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast. 564 is going to be his dial in. Now, red line start there for Anthony Vieira is going to give Richard Holder the automatic win. Holder goes through with a 562 on that 570 dial in. And Anthony also broke out with a 558 on his 564. Colin Nash coming up next. 553 is going to be the dial in. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Orlando, Florida. Coming up against Jeremy Fireball Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 571 dialed in. He's out of Palm Coast. we got a clean start in both lanes. Looks like we're going to have 46 thou difference at the starting lines. At the stripe, it's going to be Colin Nash getting the win light here. As he goes 557 on his 553, and his fireball goes out with a 582 on his 571. Kevin Cadby coming up next. 540 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Keystone Heights. And we're up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 589 his dial in. He's out of Citra. All right, we got 32,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Dwayne Schmidt Jr. getting the win line here. As he goes 590 on his 589 dial in, as Kevin breaks out with a 531 on that 540 dial in. All right, here we go. This is the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, and first pair out, we got Trent Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 486 is his dial in. And he's out of Callahan, Florida. He'll run up against Brandon Williams over here in Budweiser lane. 738 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird out of Bradenton.
All right, we're going to go to side by side. We're going to be all in a second round of all the other classes that follow: Junior Street, Pro Motorcycle, Sportsman, and Junior Dragsters. And also don't forget about Junior Street.
A red line start by Brandon Williams is going to give Trent Horton the automatic win. Trent goes through the 485 on that 486 dial in. Brandon goes 734 on his 738. Haley Wright coming up next. 515 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over there in the Lucas Oil lane. She's out of Middleburg, Florida. And James Hicks Jr. will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Elkton, Florida. He's got a 513 dial in. Got a little staging battle going on out here. Nobody wants to stage first. All right, Hicks moves on in and gets this car staged up. All right, only 2,000 to separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe on a double breakout. Hicks gets the win light. He breaks out by 5 thousandths. Looks like Haley's going to break out by 12. All right, Austin Logan coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 598 dialed in on the Chevy Camaro out of Port Charlotte, Florida. We're up against Zach Collins over here in Budweiser lane, 616 the dial in for the 77 Vega. He's out of Citrus Springs, Florida. looks like we got about 16,000 difference in the starting line, and it's going to be Zach Collins getting the win line here. As he goes dead on 3 and no 20 reaction time. Logan goes 6:01 on that 598. He was 004. Just couldn't put it together on the top end. That brings up Bob George. 6:05 to dial in for the Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Go right up against Roland Alford there in the Budweiser lane. 7:34 is his dial in. All right, looks like we got about 9,000 separate the two of the starting line. It's going to be Bob George getting the win line here as he goes 6:06 on his 6:05 dial in. As Courtney breaks out with a 7:30 on his 7:34. All right, Michael Carpenter coming up next. 484 is going to be the dial in over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going right up against David Harris over here in the Budweiser lane. 486 is his dial in. He's out of McClenny, Florida. All right, we got a clean start here. Here we go to the stripe, and the win line's coming off from Michael Carpenter. He goes 484 and 484 as David Harris breaks out by 4 thousandths. Nick Brown coming up next. 617 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going right up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 475 is the dial in for Gary. He's out of Alachua, Florida. Okay, we got a clean win line start. 15,000 starting line. Gary Vasquez is going to get the win line here as he runs dead on 4. He had a 009 reaction time. He puts a 13 down back together. Nick Brown was 024, goes 615 with a 9 on it, 17 dial in. All right, that's going to bring up Jackie Bennett. Dial in says 440, car runs 380. So hang on, folks, here he goes. We're up against Derek Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 743 will be his dial in. All right, so Derek better hang on because I can tell you right now when this tractor comes by, it's going to want to pull the door off the car. Jackie Bennett goes 383 and 186 miles an hour. Derek Vasquez will pick up the win. He runs too quick with a 739 on his 743. So Bennett has a 60-foot time of 0.947. Less than a second to go to that first 60 feet. That thing is moving, folks. All right, that's going to bring up Brian Jones next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 468 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against Bobby Trinnell over there in the Budweiser lane. 531 is going to be the dial in for the 33 Ford Roadster. He's out of Fort White, Florida. 1,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Brian Jones getting the win line here on a double breakout. As he breaks out by 1,000. Trudell breaks out by 8 thousandths. And that'll bring up your next pairs. We got Gage Birch over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 602 is going to be the dial in. Going against Chris Duffett over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got 682 dialed in. He's out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. All right, we got a clean green line start in both lanes. And Gage Birch is going to get the win light here as he goes 605 on that 602 dial in. As Chris Duffett runs dead on 8, but he was behind on the Christmas tree by 31 thousandths of a second. John Dwayne coming up next. 601 is going to be his dial in. Going up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 502 dial in. All right, we got 1,000. Separate the two in the starting line. Here we go. It's going to be Hicks getting the win line here. 504 on a 502 dial in. He was 023 on the tree. John Dwayne was 024. John breaks out by 3 thousandths. Randy Banger coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 501 dial in. Running against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. 667 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. He's out of Gainesville. All right, 6,000. Separate the two at the starting line. Here we go at the stripe, and it's going to be Goolsby getting the win line here as he runs dead on 8 with an 011 reaction time. Banker was 017, but breaks out with a 499. He's 501. All right, Lou Hawthorne coming up next. 455 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he's going to run up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 454 dial in. So for all intents and purposes, folks, this is a heads-up run. Separate the two at the starting line, and at the stripe is going to be Kelly Hicks getting the win line here on a double breakout. He breaks out by 5 thousandths, and Lou breaks out by 15. All right, Ivy Hutto coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 574 is going to be his dial in. And he'll be running up against Robert Ledbetter over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 595 dialed in. All right, so we got a competition break here. And Ivy Hutto goes through with a 571 on a 74. All right, here we go. Our next pair coming out. We got Mike Bonacci coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 5 flat is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of the Ocala. He'll run up against Big John Rollins over here in the Budweiser lane. 606 is your dial in. Oh, 62 mile difference in the starting line. Here we go to Stripe Bonacci. He's going to get the win line here. 502 on the 5 flat dial in. He was 001 on the tree. And John Rollins breaks out 603 on his 606 dial in. John Connick coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 725 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He'll run up against Robbie Little over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 513 dial in. All right, attention in the biz, attention in the biz. I need Junior Street to lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8. Need Pro Bikes to lane 7, please. Pro Bikes, need you to lane 7. Sportsman, need you back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Alice Feed Machine Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Let's start making our way to the lanes, please. Junior Street, lane 8. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, John Connick's going to get the win line here as he goes 726 on a 25 as Robbie Little breaks out by 8 thousandths. Dave Demarest coming up next. 482 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Trey Bunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 615 is his dial in. All right, 3,000 separate the two in the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Trey Bunner getting the win line here. 617 on a 615 dial in. As Dave Demarest breaks out with a 479 on his 482. That'll bring up Lou Galley. 571 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Corvette. He's out of Fort White, Florida. right up against Mark Watson over here in the Budweiser lane. 6:07 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. And we got a clean green light start. Looks like about 26,000 separates the two at the starting line. And on a double breakout, Luke Galley is going to get the win line here. 568 on his 571. As Mark Watson goes 603 on his 607. Billy Dunn coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 471 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Leesburg. He'll be running up against Bill Highhouse over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 605 dial in. All right, we got Billy Dunn's going to get the win line here as he goes through with a 473 on his 471 dial in. Sherry Powell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 665 is going to be the dial in for the 70 Camaro out of Green Coast Springs. Coming up against Mike Risen over here in the Budweiser lane. 673 is the dial in for the Chevy 2 Nova. All right, we got 22,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Mike McRisen is going to get the win line here as he goes 675 on that 673 dial in. And Sherby goes dead on 9, but cannot get the win line to come on. He's up 28. Brendan George coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 495 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going against James Bunner over there in the Budweiser lane. 583 is the dial in. He's out of dates. $3,000 separates the two at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be James Bunner getting the win line here. 583 on the 583 dial in. He'll run there for him. Brendan George broke out with a 493 on his 495. Jordan Prince coming up next. 454 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's going to run up against Andrew Kaiser over there in the Budweiser lane. 524 is his dial in. All right, so here we go. We got Jordan Prince, Andrew Kaiser coming up over here. And we got a clean green light starting both lanes. And here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Jordan Prince getting the win light here. She goes 456 on that 454 dial in. As Andrew Kaiser goes 530 on his 524. Paul Allen coming up next. 703 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. Going up against A.J. Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. 463 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Jacksonville. green line starting both lanes. Looks like 32,000 difference at the starting line. Hit the stripe. It's going to be Paul Allen getting the win line here. 709 on his 703 dial in. Kelly breaks out with a 461 on his 463. Mark Daniels coming up next. 5 flat's going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go against Big Singer over here in the Budweiser lane. 656 is the dial in for the Chevy Monza in Summerfield. Yeah. All right, red line start there by Big Singer. Is going to get Mark Daniels the automatic win line. Mark goes through the 496 on his 5 flat. That'll bring up Will Highhouse next. 477 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against Mike Young over here in the Budweiser lane. 638 is going to be the dial in for the Barracuda out of Beverly Hills. All right, we got a clean green light start. Unfortunately, one of them is real late, and that cost him the race. Will Highhouse picks up the win with a 483 on his 477 dial in. Mike Young bows out with a 641 on his 638. Mike Minnick coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 671 is going to be the dial in for the S10 out of Green Cove Springs. He'll go up against Kurt Carlson over there in the Budweiser lane. 489 is going to be the dial in. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. Mike Minnick's going to get the win line here as he goes 676 on his 671 dial in, and it's Kurt Carlson 504 on a 489. Scott Gibson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 467 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Keith Collins Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 555 is going to be his dial in. All right, we got a 32,000 difference at the starting line, and at the stripe is going to be Keith Collins getting the win line here as he goes 556 on a 555. And Scott Gibson breaks out with a 465 on his 467. Robert Treadwell coming up next. 686 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Tony Morris over here in the Budweiser lane. 570 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Winter Garden, Florida. right, 4,000. Separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Robert Treadwell getting the win line here as he goes 688 on a 686 dial in. As Tony Morris breaks out with a 566 on his 570 dial in. Haley Wright coming up next. 494 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Showing up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 621 is his dial in. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. All right, here we go. As we got car number K226 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 574 is going to be the dial in going against Troy Bulker over there in the Budweiser lane. He has the 699 dialed in. And at the stripe, Troy Bulker is going to get the win line here as he goes dead on 7 and picks up the win. Darren Stunt's coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 544 is going to be the dial in for the 1940 Willys. He's out of Green Coast Springs. He'll run up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. Horton with a 493 dial in on the dragster out of Callahan. All right, 2,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Darren Stutz getting the win line here. Is he on a double breakout? Will pick up the win line. All right, Flying Brian Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 467 dialed in. And he'll be running up against Brett McDaniel. 489 is the dial in for the Pontiac GTO out of Odom, Georgia. at 3,000, separate the two in the starting line. All right, win line came off for Flying Brian Jones. All right, here comes Lauren McMaster. And this should be her top dragster. All right, so Lauren goes 4:13 at 159. All right, so it looks like we're getting ready to go over here to our junior street. so here we go into Junior Street. We got Travis Britt Jr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 982 is going to be the dial in. Going against Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got 1016 dialed in. All right, so Molly Banger runs dead on one, gets the win line there over Travis Britt. And now we got our next pair coming up, as we're going to have Michael Martin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 935 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. Going up against Hunter Dowling over here in the Budweiser lane. 1090 is going to be his dial in. Okay, so we got a clean green light start here in both lanes. And the win line's going to come on from Michael Martin as he goes 949 on that 935 dial in. Hunter goes out with 1106 on his 1090. That'll bring up the Honda Fit next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1272 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Hayden the Leon over there in the Budweiser lane. Got 1055 dialed in. Okay, so we got a pretty clear. All right, win line's going to come on over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, because they went 1274 on a 1272 breakout over there in the Budweiser lane, 1033 on that 1055. My run coming up here for Jacob Richards, 982 is going to be the dial in for the Expedition out of Gainesville. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters, start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8. 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragster, start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Sportsman Jr. picks up the win right there as he goes through with a 930 on that 927 dial in. Brings up your next pair as we got Colin Nash coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 875 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Orlando. He'll run up against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. 9 flat is going to be his dial in. And we got a clean green light start. Only 10th separates the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Dwayne Leachman getting the win light here. Is he going to double breakout? As he breaks out by 5 thousandths, and Colin breaks out by a whole 100. That'll bring up Brandon Rodriguez out of Bellevue, Florida. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 920 dialed in. Going against Anthony Becerra out of Palm Coast. 888 is going to be his dial in. Coming on for Anthony Becerra. He went 912 on an 888 dial in. That's going to bring up Jeremy Fireball Davis out of Palm Coast, Florida. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 899 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Larry Berger over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 1121 dialed in. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes here. We go to the stripe here. Win light's going to come on down there for Fireball. Jeremy Davis gets the win light 913 on his 899 dial in. Yeah. John Up the Road coming up next. He's got a 907 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Kevin Cadby over here at the Budweiser lane. He's got an 830 dialed in. So we got a clean start here for Cadby and Up the Grove, and here at the stripe, it's going to be Kevin Cadby getting the win light here on a double breakout. So he goes 822 on that 830 dial in, and Up the Grove goes 898 on his 907. Andy Byron coming up here for Roy Johnson. He's got 1125 dialed in. All right, here we go back into Sportsman, and we got Jeff Barrier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1230 is going to be the dial in for the 21 Dodge Charger. He's out of Gainesville. He'll be going up against Mitchell Gunner over here in Budweiser lane. 1378 is going to be the dial in for his Dodge Charger. And red light start there for Barrier is going to give Mitch Gunner the automatic win. And talking about Christmas gift, Mitch just got one. He goes 1370 on that 78 dial in. That reaction time would have been pretty decent several years ago. Dennis Harsh coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track against Bart Van Gillian, and Bart Van Gillian's going to get the win light here on a double red light start as he had the better of the two red lights. And Bart goes through the 1277 on his 1280 dial in. That's going to bring up Corky Bumpus next. 1155 is going to be the dial in for the 65 Plymouth Valiant. Four-door Valiant at that. Going up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. 1221 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. line. 10,000 separate the two at the starting line. And Dan Sayers is going to get the win line here as he goes 12:22 on that 12:21 dial in. As Courtney goes 12:11:56 with a 2 on his 55 dial in. 91 10,000ths of a second is your difference at the stripe. Dawson Bass coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:68 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Going against Steven Strickland over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 12:15 dialed in. And your win line came on over there for Dawson Bass on a double breakout. All right, here we go. We got Jen Robarts coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:80 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And her up against Jason Rollins over here in the Budweiser lane. 11:72 is going to be her to his dial in. Red line start there by Jen Robarts is going to give Jason Rollins the automatic win light. And Jason goes through 11:61 on his 11:72. Jen goes 13:11 on a 12:80 dial in. Chad King coming up next. 12:07 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Gainesville. And he'll run up against Jake Dickinson over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:66 the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. Okay, we got a green light starting both lanes. And here we go to the stripe, and your win light's going to come on down there for Chad King on a double breakout. He's going to pick up the win light. That's going to bring up Kenny Hires next. 1141 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll up against Robert Simpson over here in the Budweiser lane. 1223 is going to be the dial in for the 70 Nova. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. One of them's good, one of them's late. And Robert Simpson's going to get the win light here on a double breakout. That'll bring up Bob Hoxton next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 11 flat's going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup out of Lake Butler. He'll go up against Chris Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. 1106 is his dial in on the Pontiac Trans Am. Okay, so we got a clean green light start. Looks like 25,000 separates the two at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe, and your win light's going to be coming on down there for Chris Courtney as he goes dead on 8, picks up the win. Hoxley goes 1102 on his 11 flat dial in. Eric Edelman coming up next. 1580 is going to be the dial in for the GMC dually over here in the Lucas Oil lane. They're right up against Monica Roberts over here in the Budweiser lane. 1264 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. Okay, well, red light started there for Eric Edelman. Monica seems to have broke something. She's got the win. If she fixed the car, she'd come back and continue on, but that did not sound good. All right, your buy run coming up here for Blake Scott. race goes through 11:16 and only at 11:15 dial in. All right, so here we go to the junior dragsters. We got Hudson Matz coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1388 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Gainesville. Here we're up against Olivia Butler over here in the Budweiser lane. 1204 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Odessa, Florida. Okay, so we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And win light's going to come on for Olivia Butler. She goes 12:10 on her 12:04 dial in. Hudson goes dead on 6, but he was behind on the Christmas tree and could not get the win light to come on. Shaw Daniel coming up next. 1192 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Brightly Holdaway over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 12:10 dialed in. All right, red light start there for Shaw Daniel is going to give the automatic win here to Brightly Holdaway. County goes through with a 12:03 on that 12:10 dial-in. Shaw Daniel went 11:86 on his 11:92. Kylie Botany coming up next. 12:03 is going to be the dial-in over here on the Lucas Oil side. All right, so Kylie on the bye run goes 11:97 on a 12:03 dial-in. All right, so that'll wrap up the 6 to 9-year-olds. We're going to step it up to the 10 to 12-year-olds. Johnny Moxley coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 892 is going to be his dial-in. He'll run up against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 895 dialed in. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Johnny Moxley getting the win light here on a double breakout. Here we go as we got Sierra Hayden going up against Wyatt Hicks. And Wyatt Hicks is going to get the win light here on a double breakout. He went 906 on his 912. And Sierra goes 886 on her 895. All right, Molly Banger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be her dial in. Going up against car B212, 211. Got an 895 dialed in over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, wet lights going on in the Budweiser lane. 910 on a 895. Aaron Aaron Kennedy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be his dial in. Going against Scarlett Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 914 is going to be her dial in. Yeah, red line start there for Scarlett Hicks is going to give Aaron Kennedy the automatic win. And Aaron goes through with an 881 on his 890 dial in. Scarlett went 908 on her 914. Blake Jones coming up next. 890 will be his dial in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Tanner Bachny over here in the Budweiser lane. Also has an 890 dial in. Red line start by Blake Jones, going to give Tanner Bachny the automatic win. And Tanner went 889 on his 890. Blake goes 887 on his 890. Tyler Biddle coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 890 dialed in, going up against Xander Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. Also has 890 dialed in. Red light start over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Tyler Biddle is going to give Xander Cook the automatic win. And Xander goes through with an 884 on his 890, 885 on an 890 for Tyler. All right, car number B212 coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got an 896 dialed in, going up against Carson Murphy over here in the Budweiser lane. 912 is his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And the stripe is going to be Carson Murphy picking up the win right there on a double breakout. He went 909 on his 912 and to an 892 on an 896. Weston Daniel coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he's got an 896 dialed in. He'll run up against the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. This is R220. And 890 is their dial in. We got a clean green light starting both lanes. Like 78,000 separated the two at the start, and at the stripe it's going to be Weston Daniel picking up the win light there as he goes dead on 3 and picks up the win. His competition also goes dead on 3. The difference being at the reaction time where Weston was 112 to a 190. Peyton Duffett coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. The 890 is going to be their dial in, going up against car number M261. 896 will be the dial in over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, so we got a clean green light starting both lanes, and at the stripe, it's going to be the Budweiser lane getting the win light here. They go dead on 4. Peyton Duffett goes dead on with a 0, and can't get the win light to come on in their favor as they were behind on the Christmas tree with an 080 reaction time to an 011. Caden Holdaway coming up next. He'll be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 890 dialed in, going against Wright and Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. He also has an 890 dialed in. All right, attention into pits, attention into pits. I think Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow, go to 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to lane 7. Okay, win light's going to come on over there for Caden Holdaway as he goes dead on with the 7 and gets the win light. Right, Cook breaks out with an 881 on his 890 dial in. And Briella Browning coming up next. 890 will be her dial in. She'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Gavin Giddings coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Callahan, Florida. He's got an 846 dialed in. Going against Savannah Highhouse over here in the Budweiser lane, 790's her dial in. Okay, red line start there for High House is going to get Giddings automatic win. Goes through with an 8:42 on that 8:46. High House went dead on 7, but pulled the trigger too early. That'll bring up Curtis Peak. He's got a 790 dialed in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Deegan Kellogg. So here in the Budweiser lane, he's got a 796 dialed in. Clean green line start in both lanes. Looks like we got 28,000 difference at the starting line, and at the stripe is going to be Curtis Peak getting the win right here. 791 on his 790 dial in. As Kellogg breaks out with a 795 on a 796. That'll bring up Hunter Dowling next. 820 will be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Right up against Brooklyn Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 791 is going to be her dial in. Red line start there by Hunter Dowling is going to get Brooklyn Collins the automatic win light. And Brooklyn goes through with a 790 on her 791. Hunter went 829 on his 820. Juliana Edelman coming up next. She's got a 794 dial. It looks like she's going to be your buy run here in this round. All right, Edelman, 794 is the dial, goes 790. And that'll bring up a license pass here next. Over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to staging lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Okay, and license pass goes through with a 1266 at 48 miles an hour. All right, so we're going to be on hold here for just a few minutes while we do a little track prep and get ready for round 3. Pro Eliminator, you need it in lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. And Super Pro Motorcycles need you to staging lane 7. right, everybody, I just want to remind everybody that at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning up on the 3rd floor of the timing tower, there will be a chapel service. It's a non-denominational chapel service. That is at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning on the 3rd floor of the tower. Alden Rollins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 794 dial in. He's out of High Springs, Florida. Got the Pontiac Firebird going against the Turnbird over here in the Budweiser lane. This is 735's the dial in for Brandon Williams. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. All right, we got a clean green light start. Looks like got about 14,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go in the striping. Your win light's coming on down there for Brandon Williams. He goes 736 on a 35 dial in. Alvin Niles out with a 740 on his 737. Mark Horton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 640 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going against Gage Birch over here in the Budweiser lane. 603 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and the win light's going to come on for Gage Birch on a double breakout. He goes 602 on a 603. Horton goes 637 on a 640. John Dwayne coming up next. 599 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Jacksonville. He'll be going against Jimmy Hodges over here in the Budweiser lane. 611 is going to be the dial in for the 8075 Nova. He's out of Middleburg. Okay, perfect reaction time here for John Dwayne, and he runs dead on with a 2. So a 2,000 pack there for John Dwayne. Jimmy Hodges goes 612 on his 611. Mike Noble's coming up next. 661 is going to be the dial in for the 84 Dodge Charger. He's out of Glen St. Mary. Going against Travis Logan over here in the Budweiser lane. 601 the dial in for the Camaro out of Fort Charlotte. Red light start there for Travis Logan. It's going to give Mike Knowles the automatic win. And he goes through the 670 on his 661 dial in. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 695 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. He's out of Lake Butler, Florida. And he'll be going up against Jeremy Fireball Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 579 is going to be the dial in. Okay, another clean green light start. Looks like we got about 6,000 separates into the starting line, and the finish line is going to be Jeremy Fireball Davis picking up the win light. 585 on his 579 dial in. Hoxton breaks out with a 691 on his 695. George Emanuel coming up next. He's out of High Springs, Florida, driving the 68 Nova. He's got a 760 dial in. Going up against Mike Young over here in the Budweiser lane. 640 is the dial in for the Plymouth Barracuda out of Beverly Hills. And a red light start by Mike Young is going to give George Emanuel the automatic win. And George goes through with a 758 on his 760 dial in. Reed Farrar coming up next. 651 is going to be the dial in for the 66 GTO out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane. 625 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Chevelle. And a red light started by Reed Farrar is going to give Chris French the automatic win light. And French goes 623 on his 625. Mike Mockney coming up next. 640 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. He's out of Venice, Florida. Going up against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. 636 the dial in for the 65 Chevelle wagon. He's out of Ocala. Okay, we had a nice clean green line start. Looks like we've got 46,000 difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Mike French picking up the win line here as he goes dead on with a 6. And an 014 reaction time, puts a 20,000 pack together. Mike Markey was 060, was 645 on his 640. Bart Van Gillian coming up next. He's got a 671 dial in on the Chevy Camaro, going against Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane. And your win line's going to come on over there for Bart. He goes 669 on his 671 as Travis pulled the trigger too early on his 69 Camaro. Alan Dillman coming up next. He's in the Chevy Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Rayford, Florida. 658 is going to be the dial in. Going against Lee Hauser over there in Budweiser lane. Hauser with a 724 dial in. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida in that 71 dark. Red line start there by Alan Dillman. It's going to give Lee Hauser the automatic win. And Hauser goes through with a 738 on his 724 dial in. That's going to bring up Paul Allen next. 706 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his 72 Maverick. Here line up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. 772 is the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. All right, we got a clean relay start in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Paul Allen getting the win right here as he goes 712 on his 706 dial in. Sayers goes 775 on his 772. James Evans coming up next. 703 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Robert Simpson over there in the Budweiser lane. 772 is going to be the dial in for the Nova. Red light started there by James Evans. It's going to give Robert Simpson the automatic win. Simpson goes through with a 776 on his 772 dial in. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. He's got a 625 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Amber Matz over here in the Budweiser lane. 679 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. She's out of Gainesville. Clean green line start. Looks like you got 37,000 difference at the starting line. It's going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win line here as he goes dead on 7, picks up the win, and Amber breaks out by 2,000s. Doug Kellogg coming up next. 572 is going to be the dial in for the Roadster out of Christmas, Florida. Here we run up against Kyle Cox over here in the Budweiser lane. 860 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Red line start there by Doug Kellogg is going to get the automatic win here to Kyle Cox. And Cox goes through with an 857 on his 860. Kellogg went 586 on his 572. Mike Zerl coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 666 going to be the dial in. He'll be running up against Robbie Hodgson over here in the Budweiser lane. 660 is his dial in. All right, looks like you got 24,000 difference at the starting line. And the win line's coming off Mike Zerls. He has 669 on his 666. All right, attention in the pits, I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Need you start making your way to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, need you in the lanes. we go again. Kevin Roberts coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 746 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro. He'll go against Keith Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 675 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. He's out of Keystone Heights. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go at the stripe. The wind light's going to come on down there for Kevin Roberts. 746 on his 746 dial in as Keith Collins breaks out with a 672 on a 675. All right, so here we go into the Super Pro motorcycles. All right, Richard Holder coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 560 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 561 dialed in. And red line start there for Holder. It's going to give Dwayne Schmidt Jr. the automatic win. And he goes through the 598 on his 591 dial in. Holder went 562 on his 560. Sammy Rodriguez Jr. coming up next. 565 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Roy Hagedorn over here in the Budweiser lane. 566 is going to be his dial in. Now separates the two of the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Sandy Rodriguez Jr. getting the win light here as he goes to the 588 on that 565. His Hagedorn's bike slow to a 655 on his 566 dial in. Dwayne Leachman coming up next. 565 is his dial in. He's out of Wildwood. He'll run up against Colin Nash over here in the Budweiser lane. Colin with a 548 dial in. He's out of Orlando. And a red line start there by Colin Nash is going to give Dwayne Leachman the automatic win light. And Leachman goes through the 566 on his 565 dial in. All right, Byron coming up here next for Anthony Baera. He's out of Palm Coast.
All right, I just want to apologize that we're not able to put the subtitles in there. Currently still going rounds. No problem, Miss Powell. But yeah, when I'm going rounds, I can't put the titles up of what rounds, what classes that are going on. But I'll go ahead and give you a heads up what's next. We are going into Super Pro, the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro class.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Junior Street, lane 8, please, Junior Street. Start making your way into staging lane number 8. Need Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please.
And then after
Pro Motorcycle, you can make your way to lane 7.
And then after Sportsman, you will have Flying Brian Trailers Junior Dragster coming up. And we're going to take a little commercial break real quick, right before we go into Super Pro.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Ivy Hutto coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 571 is going to be the dial in for him. Go up against Zach Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 613 is going to be the dial in for Collins. And we're up to 77 Vega.
Just go ahead and give you a heads up. Here in a few minutes, that camera will adjust and you'll be able to see those LED numbers a whole lot better than what you're seeing them right now. They are super bright, so that's what causes a little bit of an issue there. But again, thank you for following On the Spot Motorsports Media.
All right, we got a clean green light start, both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Ivy Hutto picking up the win line here as he goes 575 on his 571 dial in. Collins files out with a 614 on a 613. Hutto had the better reaction time, 057 to an 094. Gage Birch coming up next. 598 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 511 is his dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. All right, got another little staging duel going on here. And we got a clean green light start. Looks like an 18,000 or 28,000% starting line. And Gage Birch is going to get the win line here as he goes 6 flat on that 598 dial in. As Hicks goes 512 on his 511. I'll bring up Flying Brian Jones. 466 is going to be the violin over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Mike Pitt Rison over here in the Budweiser lane. 673 is going to be his dial in. All right, racers, please make sure that you got your tail lights on when you come out to the starting line, come to the racetrack, please. All right, 13,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to this track. It's Brian Jones getting the win right here. He goes 467 on a 466 dial in. Mike Rising goes out with a 674 on his 673. Darren Studd's coming up next. 541 is the dial in for the 1940 Willies. He's out of Green Coast Springs. He'll go up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 502 is going to be his dial in. All right, once again, look for Junior Street in lane 8, Junior Street in lane 8, Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. All right, Darren Studd's going to get the win line here as he goes 543 on his 541 dial in. Hicks goes 504 on a 502. Studd's with a better reaction time. That's going to bring up Michael Carpenter next. 483 is going to be his dial in. He's out of St. Petersburg, Florida. And he'll run up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 452 dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. All right, 1,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the win line's coming on for Carpenter. He goes dead on 8, picks up the win. Hicks goes dead on 9. 29 ten-thousandths of a second was your difference at the finish line. Troy Volker coming up next. 698 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Ocala. He'll run up against Trent Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. 484 is going to be the dial in. All right, 10,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Trent Horton getting the win line here as he goes 484 on his 484 dial in. Good run there for Trent. As Troy goes out with the 703 on his 698. Mike Bennett coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 666 is going to be his dial in. Then we're up against Derek Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 736 the dial in for the Malibu. He's out of Alachua, Florida. red light start there for Derek Vasquez. That's going to give Mike Minnick the automatic win light. And Minnick goes 667 on his 666. That's going to bring up Bob George next. 605 to dial in for the Mustang. And he'll run up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 474 dialed in. Red light start there with Gary Vasquez is going to give Bob George the automatic win. Billy Dunn coming up next. 471 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Leesburg. Going up against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. 667 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. He's out of Gainesville. All right, 30,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win light's coming off for Buddy Goolsby. As he goes 668 on his 667. Billy Dunn goes dead on 7, but cannot get the light to come on for him as he was 047 to Goolsby's better 017. Jordan Prince coming up next. 453 is going to be her dial in, going up against Robert Treadwell. Treadwell with a 678 dial in, or 687 dial in. All right, 2,000 separating to the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Jordan Prince getting the win light here. She goes dead on with an 8. Picks up the win. Treadwell goes 688 on his 687. John Connick coming up next. 725 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He's out of Ocala. He'll go against James Bunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 583 is his dial in. And the win light here is coming off from James Bunner as he goes 584 on his 583 dial in as John Connick breaks out. All right, Lou Galley coming up next. He's got a 565 dial in on his Chevy Corvette out of Fort White. And he'll run up against Trey Bunner over here at Budweiser lane. 616 is his dial in. All right, 10,000 separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Trey Bunner getting the win line here as he goes dead on with an 8. Luke goes 570 on his 565. Will Highhouse coming up next. 477 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Paul Allen over here in the Budweiser lane. 702 is the dial in for Paul. Red light start there for Highhouse. Going to give the automatic win here to Paul Allen. He goes through with a 707 on his 702 dial in. Mark Daniels coming up next. 495 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going against Keith Collins Jr. over here at the Budweiser lane. He's got a 554 dial in. All right, 11,000 separates the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Mark Daniels getting the win line here as he goes dead on 9. He gets the win here. Keith Collins goes out with a 557 on his 554 dial in. Aaron Reynolds coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 620 will be his dial in. He'll run up against Brian Jones over here in the Budweiser lane. 466 will be the dial in for Jones. All right, 7,000 difference separates these two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Brian Jones getting the win line here as he goes 467 on his 466. And Aaron Reynolds breaks out with a 618 on his 620 dial in. And Mike Bonacci coming up here as your buy run. He's got a 5 flat dial in. All right, Bonacci goes through the 501 on that 5 flat dial in. He was 006 on the tree. And that wraps up round 3 of our Blind Brian Trader Sales Super Pro as we get ready to go over here to Junior Street. Need the Pro Bikes. Back to lane 7, please. Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, so that wraps up our round there of Junior Street. It looks like getting ready to go over here to the pro bikes. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Junior dragsters, need to start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need my 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, and 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Allen Speeding Machine Sportsman, y'all should be in the lanes at this time. Sportsman should be in the lanes. All right, so here we are with our pro bikes, and we got Anthony Vieira coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 888 is going to be his dialed in. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. We're up against Roy Johnson over here in Budweiser lane. 1105 is going to be the dial in for Johnson. All right, win line comes on over here for Roy Johnson on the red line start by Anthony Vieira. That'll bring up Kevin Cadby next. 825 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Keystone Heights. And here we're up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. 929 is his dial in. All right, attention to the pits, Junior dragsters. Need you back to the lanes, junior dragsters. Need you in the lanes. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters. Start making your way to the staging lanes, please. Okay, so Dwayne Smith Jr. turns on the red light with a 002 red. Gives the win to Kevin Cadby. Dwayne Leachman coming up next. 890 is his dial in, going against Jeremy Fireball Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 906 dialed in. 1 foul separates the two at the starting line. This one should be close. Here we go to the strike. The win line's coming on for Jeremy Davis. He goes 914 on his 906 dial in. His Leachman goes out with a 9 flat on his 890. All right, here we go back into Sportsman, and we're going to have Bart Pangillian coming up over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1276 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. He's out of Melrose. He'll run up against Dan Salyers over here in Budweiser lane. 1221 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Redding, Florida. Okay, so we got a clean green light start. Looks like we got like about 28 thou difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. The wind light's going to come off of Bart Pangillion as he goes 1279 on his 1276. And Saggers goes 1224 on his 1221. Jason Rollins coming up next. 1165 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Chris Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. 1104 is his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. One's good, one's real late. And Jason Rollins is going to get the win light here as he goes 1165 on the 5 on that 65 dial in. Good run there for him. And as Chris Courtney breaks out by 3 thousandths. Dawson Bass coming up next. He's got a 1260 dialed in. And a heavy run up against Blake Scott over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 1114 dialed in. All right, Monica Roberts coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1504 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. She'll be run up against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 1378 dialed in. Looks like Monica pulled the trigger too early on the Chevy pickup truck. Mitch Gunner is going to get the automatic win here in the Dodge Charger. And he goes through the 1374 on his 1378 dial in. And Monica goes 1483 on the 1504. All right, Chad King coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1197 is going to be his dial in, going against Robert Simpson over there in the Budweiser lane. Simpson with a 1222 dial in. And Simpson going to get the win light here as he goes through the 1239 on that 1222 dial in. As Chad King bows out with a 1221 on his 1197. into our junior dragsters, we got Olivia Butler coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:11 is going to be her dial in. When it gets Brantley Holdaway over here in the Budweiser lane, 12:03 will be her dial in. All right, only 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Olivia Butler picking up the win line here. She goes 12:13 on that 12:11 dial in. And Bronny Holdaway goes 12:08 on her 12:03. And it looks like your buy run coming up here for Kylie Mockney. And she's got a 12 flat dialed in. All right, Kylie's going to go through with a 12:01 on that 12 flat dial in. So a good run there for Kylie Mockney. All right, so it looks like that's going to wrap up the 6 to 9 year olds. We're now going to step up to our 10 to 12 year olds. We got Johnny Boxley coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 892 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going against Wyatt Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 906 is his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Hicks getting the win light here as he goes 9:10 on that 906 dial in. As Moxley goes out with an 894 on his 892. Hicks was 027 on the tree. Weston Daniel coming up next. 896 is his dial in. He'll run up here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Tanner Mockney over here in the Budweiser lane has got an 890 dialed in. right, Tanner Markey's going to pick up the win light here with a red light start by Weston Daniel. And Markey goes dead on 5 with an 0:47 reaction time. Aaron Kennedy coming up next. 890 is going to be his dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And going up against Carson Murphy over here at the Budweiser lane. 909 is his dial in. Alright, so we got a clean green light start both lanes, but 99 thousandths of a second separated to the starting line and at the stripe. It's going to be Carson Murphy getting the win light here as he goes dead on 5 and gets the win light as Aaron breaks out with a 889 on his 890 dial in. Madison Butler coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 897 is going to be her dial in. Going up against Briella Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. 897 is also her dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like about 55 thousandths of a second difference in the starting line, and Briella Browning is going to get the win light here at 904 on her 897 as Madison Butler breaks out with an 892 on her 897 dial in. Caden Holdaway coming up next. He'll have an 890 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Xander Cook over there in the Budweiser lane. He also has an 890 dial in. All right, so we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Talking about 23,000 separates two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Xander Cook getting the win light here, 891 on his 890 dial in, as Caden goes out with an 895 on his 890 dial in. All right, Sedona Gaddis coming up next. 896 is going to be the dial in over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, Sedona goes through with an 892 on that 896. Looks like that'll probably wrap up the 10 to 12-year-olds. All right, attention in the pits, Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Need you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles. Need you back to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7, please. All right, Curtis Peak coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And a 790 dialed in. And red line start there by Brooklyn Collins. Going to get the automatic win here to Curtis Peak. Curtis goes dead on 5 and gets the win. As Brooklyn went out with a 794 on her 790 dialed in. Gavin Giddens coming up next. 841 to dial in. He's out of Callahan, Florida. And Gianna Edelman is going to be running over here in the Budweiser lane. 792 is her dial in. All right, once again, attention in the pits. I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, I need your lanes 1 and 2. All right, Gianna Edelman picks up the win line there, 793 on her 792 dial in. And looks like we got a test hit coming up here for car number H204. All right, 895 at 74 miles an hour there for H204. All right, got another test pass coming up here. This is going to be on car 2404. All right, 884 at 73 miles an hour. And got a license pass coming up here in the Budweiser lane. need Super Pro motorcycles. Super Pro motorcycles back to lane 7, please. 7 Super Pro motorcycles, lane 7. All right, license pass goes 12:59 at 48. All right, so once again, looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2, or Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro Motorcycles lane 7, Super Pro Motorcycle lane 7. attention independents, Nick Blind, Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Start making your way into lanes 3 and 4. Blind, Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Need you to lanes 3 and 4. I need my Super Pro bikes to lane 7, Super Pro motorcycles, lane 7. Need Blind, Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator should be in lanes 1 and 2.